sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back or keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real souls. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush.
I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
point of no return. Something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight, we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
with the chatting. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. You know. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for some more R6 Pro League It's game time. Rob J. Monday and Raven to bring you all of the action. How are we feeling after last night? We saw some ebbs, some flows, some interesting results, but overall, we came out with a decent conclusion.
Yeah, feeling good. And there were some great results last night from some teams that had struggled in the first half, which is great to see that they've made some changes in that split, and it meant that they've been able to come in stronger coming into this second half.
Yeah, that is for damn sure. It has been a whirlwind of events after yesterday, really, and I'm probably expecting it to replicate almost at this point. By the way, if you want to have your say, make sure you head across to the socials and have your say on what team might come out. We always like to kind of pitch up where we're sitting versus where the audience is sitting, and more often than not, it's contrasting views here in the ANZ region. I'm probably going to say it's more so because of the team names rather than the actual teams themselves.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to the recognition of those teams and their background. We saw that heavily with Wildcard, who we will see coming up later as well. We'll see whether that continues to trend with that matchup, but Wildcard, they did have a shaky night last night.
Yeah. There's no other way to put it, is there? There was not, and obviously, you know, they wouldn't be impressed with their performance either. We are still alluding to the fact that they are in a building phase, and we're probably going to be trying to bat that home a little bit more so to try and give them a little bit more hype, because there is a bit of pressure on them from the end of last season. I think we've spoken about it a lot last night, so if you weren't here with us last night, basically just not a great performance off the back of the first half of the season, which was abysmal to say the very least for a team that is of this stature. That's probably the most important thing to note there, is a team of that stature. Would you like to talk about any of the individual results?
I think a big one from last night that I do want to just quickly touch on was Sinister.
Yeah.
They hadn't won a game at all in that first half, and they came through and won 2 maps against Pittsburgh Knights last night, and that was a strong performance from them. It wasn't even that Pittsburgh was struggling. Sinister also put together some really great plays, and they just looked completely different to the first half. So coming into the rest of their games, I think they're in the best position possible to really try and push to finish in that mid-table.
Next week will be surely interesting because they've got 2 matches to play next week, so it's something to keep your eyes on. But we're more focused on tonight. Let's have a look at the schedule. Let's have a look what games we've got coming up. Wildcard and Elevate for the first 2, Fury and Kanga for the remaining 2, and to close out the night, of course. So if you're unfamiliar with how we do it in the ANZ region, we play both best of ones on the same night. For me, I'm a big fan of it. It means we get to see those grud matches in that second half of the... Oh, it's not even the second half. In the second match, we get to see that grudge, which I think sometimes has worked really well, and other times it's almost like they've dug themselves into a very deep hole.
That's the thing, and it puts a lot of onus on your preparation and coming into the match in the best possible state, because even if you lose the first map, you have to back it up straight away. So if you want to be able to equalize that head-to-head, which can be very important in the standings, you have to be able to just turn it on. Teams have to be ready to play. You can't have a bad night because you could see yourself just lose both maps and that's it.
And that is a very real prospect. We saw that yesterday, almost Wildcard not being able to make it back for a single point. If anything, I'm not going to say it was luck, but they were lucky to grab a point because that game was way too close. And I think off the back of that, they're now coming into today's matchup against Elevate, a team that is very good. I don't have the highest hopes for Wildcard right now.
It's definitely going to be a tough night for them. Elevate are in really good form. They have also made a roster change in the split though, which we don't know exactly how that will impact. It's only 1 player instead of 2, which helps.
Yep.
But regardless, it's going to make this matchup tonight interesting. And now that we have the lineups there, we will talk about that player. It is Worthy. He is replacing Gio, who has gone to Wildcard. So this is Gio playing against his old team, and his old team looking to, you know, make a statement saying, we're still strong without you kind of thing.
Yep.
And a lot of these players have been around for a while, Vast, God Legion, and Red. Long stayers in Pro League. In fact, I think they've been playing since the first season we've had in ANZ. And they're finally in a top 2 position. Really solid. They were last season, but this season even stronger.
Well, that's it. And the results have shown it. It's not even like we're just, you know, spitballing here. We are now saying we are into the second half of the season and they are off flying. So tonight's going to be crucial for them. How is this second half of the season going to go? To be honest, from the way that we have been seeing that progression from where we were at the end of last year to where we are now, well, even earlier than that, it has just been up and up for this squad.
It has, and I mean, we've got to point out too, they obviously had the bottom 4 teams, in quotation marks, in their first half of the season. So they've got a big challenge ahead of them. Obviously, wildcard tonight. Next week, they've got TBD and Fnatic.
Yep.
So this is the real time for them to solidify what we're saying about them going from a previous strength last season to their existing strength now. If they manage to get a lot of points in this final half, they're making a massive statement in ANZ.
That is for sure. A team that's been making a statement, but not of the better kind. Wildcard. Let's have a look at their opponents for tonight. Ethan, Emo, and Diesel. The two main changes, Geo and Thumbnail. We are now calling Thumbnail Pat. Make sure that you keep that in mind. So if Thumbnail isn't in the server, that's because, well, technically he's not, but he is. So those two players have just come in. I know we kind of spoken about it last night, but would you like to give a quick refresher for maybe the viewers tonight?
Yeah, so with them subbing or benching Derp and Neo, they've brought in two fresh players. They both debuted this Pro League season in ANZ. Never playing a Pro League match before. Of course, playing some competitive within the Challenger League. But they are fresh blood, and they have been proving themselves on the teams that they were with. Last night was a big struggle for this team, though. They were not as tight as we would used to be seeing wildcard. Lots of small errors, flanks not being seen, maybe some communication issues still there, but we spoke to Flux afterwards, so that one of their coaches, and he said that they're looking at this as a rebuild phase.
And it's time to do so as well. If you're not happy with the results, if you're not happy with the team as a whole, it is really where you need to start to reconstruct what that team is looking like. Again, this is one thing we said yesterday was, are they going to keep the same skeleton, or are we going to see a completely new wildcard? I honestly think it's still conflicted, right?
Yeah, it definitely looks conflicted. There was phases of them playing like the old selves with really slow, methodical attacks, but they lacked a lot more punch than they used to.
Yep.
And those attacks just usually fizzled out to absolutely nothing. And then there were times where they had really quick attacks, which is strange, but they also were falling apart because they just weren't being thorough enough. Things were being missed, and TBD were capitalizing on that.
It seemed to be quite a theme of last night for them anyway, but I guess the silver lining was we started to see them, and we spoke to TBD as well, we started to see them play a lot looser. The game style that they took toward the end of Consulate started to feel a little bit more relaxed, and they were going for those peaks that maybe we would never be used to seeing them go for. And look, they won a couple of rounds. I don't really want to highlight that too much because I feel like that is where we can have our undoing, is when we focus in on something. But do you think maybe it is time for that kind of play style change?
I think based on how that worked out for them last night and the intel that we got from Ippy about that switch that they flipped, that was the way he described it, I think that's what they should be going for, is just throwing a lot just out the window. They've got not as much to play for this season based on what their coach was saying. So just focus on trying some things, see what works, what doesn't. Play for fun, play more free, and you're more likely to find some success with that.
So you're saying they just hit the switch?
Yes.
Good. Let's have a look at the vetoes. Let's get into this match. Let's get into the nitty-gritties, the micros, the macros. I think yesterday was not the start we were hoping for from Wildcard. So this time, we are going to go back to Consulate.
We are.
I'm happy, in all honesty. That was where they saw the most success. They are coming up against a very good team, Raven.
They are, and I mean, like, Elevate have had success on Consulate in the past. They've also had some troubles, but this is going to be fresh for Elevate in terms of match preparation. They saw Wildcard play this last night, and when you've got the new roster, it could go two ways. When you've had to rejig things, it's either a lot is very different very often, so like I was saying before, they could play really freely and really loose. That can be unpredictable. But on the other hand, you don't have as much developed, so you can become very predictable because you don't really have that leg room to play around.
One thing that we were, again, talking... I hate saying that. One thing. But there is one particular part of the veto that we were talking about yesterday. That's obviously Theme Park coming in, now being a mainstay in the veto process, in the competitive map pool. We're talking about the fact that it's interesting to see the way two different teams will kind of approach a newer map, especially something like Theme Park, where, it's not exactly seen banned out in the first couple of phases. And you were alluding to the fact that that obviously means that you can ban out your lesser played maps.
Yeah, you can try and bait it out. So if you are comfortable to not ban it, then you try and get your opponent to ban it. And it was one of the last maps banned, and Elevate, it was their last veto. I have to say, maybe they were comfortable playing on Theme Park, but at the end of the day, it was probably a good decision to ban that, because with it being a new map, it could favor like a really loose, unstructured playstyle.
Yeah.
Because you're not really sure what exactly to counter. It hasn't been as developed. So that can favor just absolute lack of structure.
And it was one thing as well, TBD talking yesterday about the fact that they almost predicted, well, they didn't just almost, they actually predicted how that veto was going to go, and they said it's exactly what we wanted. They didn't exactly play into their hand per se, but it made them feel a lot more comfortable. And I guess it can be something that a team like Wildcard, who have 2 fresh players, if they're just going to go back to what they know, right, you can kind of manipulate that a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. And just the whole idea of like predicting the veto or controlling the veto, you could call it, is a great way to start your night. It's you're trying to chain together positive mindset things. And when you're able to predict that and prepare for that, that's the first step. That feels really good, knowing that you read into your opponents and how the veto would play out.
Yep.
You've prepped the right maps and you're ready for every scenario based on that instance. That's a great way to start your night.
Well, that's, to be honest, they're going to have to start, Wildcard in particular, are going to have to start their night a little bit better because, well, it's not even the fact that they're still in the running for the top 3 placings. This is, again, very much a journey of trying to build this team, not from scratch, but almost from scratch. And if you'd watched last night, you would understand what we're talking about. However, we have not seen Elevate in their current state after this second half, after that break. What do we think we're expecting? Do you think that Elevate are literally just going to keep the exact same things we were seeing from the first half of the season, or has this time kind of shaken a lot of the Pro League up? Are they looking at something different maybe?
I don't think we'll see massive changes from Elevate because it's one player, again, that can not make the biggest of changes, but also they've done well picking up Worthy to replace Geo. I mean, an iconic role that Geo had been playing was a lot of Buck.
Yep.
And that's actually something that Worthy has also been playing a lot of when he was on Kanga. So he can fall into a Buck role really comfortably. That means they don't have to rejig that kind of role. Where it really comes down to it is the small nuances that you don't realize each player has their own style of.
Yep.
Some things like that can create those adjustments, and they've had some time to work with it now. And I think because the role isn't that different, they've had that time, it's only one player. I'm feeling like Elevate won't be as affected as a team like Wildcard.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I know I'm going to ask this question, and it's just stock standard. Who have you got? Consulate, Wildcard, or Elevate?
I'm going to go towards Elevate a lot because of how Wildcard played last night. And then also knowing their mindset going forward about being a rebuild phase, just trying to do what they can, learn from it, build, and just move forward in a slow pace. I think Elevate are out for blood right now. They're eyeing a top 2 spot. I think that's just going to end up running over Wildcard in the end.
I can totally see where you're coming from, but can you at home? That's the real question. Let's have a look at the community poll. We are going to see it skewed toward Wildcard, but that's probably still not doing justice to Elevate and giving too much justice to Wildcard, considering performances. That's what I need to reiterate, not history, because, you know, I guess a lot of people don't know the Elevate roster if they weren't following Oddity and Nixian, of course. So, yeah, how are you feeling about that? They have predicted against you, my friend.
I mean, it's one of the more even community polls that we've seen for quite a while.
That is true.
But again, I think a lot of this will come down to that recognition. Wildcard have been at international events very recently, only a month ago were they in Montreal for the 6th Invitational.
Yep.
So a lot of people are going to see that poll and just click for that name. And even with Elevate, some people might not have been up with who the Elevate roster is at the moment. And Elevate did have a Latin American team previously. They had been doing okay, but they hadn't had the best results.
Yep.
And so some people might look at that and think, oh, Wildcard's definitely stronger than that team. But
Imagine
it's not really where it is. Well, that would be terrible. Yeah, that would not be great.
No, it would not. But I'll tell you what will be great. This matchup, Wildcard, Elevate, it is to kickstart the campaign of the second half of Pro League for Elevate. Whereas Wildcard, well, they need to show up. They need to show us what they're worth and whether it's worth investing all of our time and effort into supporting them. And it can start here, but maybe it starts at the end of this season.
Maybe it does, and we'll see what they pull out tonight. They're pulling out a Capital ban. I believe that was what they banned last night as well against TBD. Something that they just don't want to be dealing with. He can be great for area denial using the asphyxiation bolts to ensure your opponents can't move within a certain area in that certain time. The Nomad ban as well proved very strong last night. Lots of runouts from Itby style on TBD, thanks to the fact there was no dedicated flank watch utility like Nomad's air jabs.
Valk taken off. Believe we saw Valk pretty much left through on every occasion and not actually played to the fullest extent yesterday.
Yeah,
so
true.
now we're not even going to get a chance to see that. And Echo to be the last remaining. It is a stock standard here in the Rainbow Six scene. So round number 1. This is for us to determine, have Wildcard put that last match behind them? Are they going to continue on this trend of, I hate to say it, a downward trajectory?
Yeah, and I think it's also good to mention that Wildcard, at this stage, if they were to win both maps tonight, they still can't jump Elevate in the standings due to the fact that they were unable to really secure more than 1 point last night. And that's a bit of a big deal, and I think that puts some pressure off of Elevate. There's not as much onus on them being like, we have to win both of these maps, or at least get a map and a draw to come out in a head-to-head, because it seems like it might be unlikely they're going to end up finishing in the same area.
It's more the game of spoils, isn't it? So, Elevate with quite a lot on the line right now. That does not need to be reiterated any more than what it has been. And Wildcard by no means a sloucher.
10 seconds
And
left before
you would
insertion.
be very wrong if you underestimate this squad and what they're
5 seconds
capable
left.
of. We've seen Ethan, we've seen Diesel, we've seen Emorin on this team
Attackers are moving out to
destroy,
locate a bomb and defuse it.
dismantle the ANZ region. But with the additions of Geo and Pat, we are still waiting to see what this team's final form will be.
We are, and of course you can't discount the fact that Wildcard are very experienced besides their new players, but to have 3 experienced players like that, considering they've had that international exposure, very, very helpful in big situations like an official like this. I want to point out Vast is actually the one on the buck roll, so I was wrong. Worthy hasn't reprised the role that Geo had been following up, so there have been some changes there with how that's going to play out. The rest seems to be exactly how I'd remember it, with Red on that support on the Thatcher, God Legion playing the Flex Fragger on Zofia, and then Digital playing a pretty hard support there on Hard Bridge.
Opening that long line already. Wildcard just need to be cautious. Come the flashbangs, but have no fear. Jaeger is here. Will be all 3 used to flush out the one position of an EDS. And now Vast will continue making renovations. Some rotate holes for the remainder of Elevate. Whether they continue to push this singular area on the map across toward admin or not, it's yet to be seen.
Saw Diesel playing this position very heavily last night as well. Cutie was the one tasked with trying to push him out of that, and it looks like it's God Legion that's going to be contesting here on the Zofia, trying to get him to push out of meeting, as it's a very critical control point. Elevate have been very good with time management so far. They got into admin with very little time taken off the clock, which has allowed them to be set up and have some good map control. Set their flank watch as well. All those drones moving around down Visa and Statue to try and catch that flank. Ethan is the player playing down there, so they will have to be cautious.
Interesting now that Diesel's going to get a little bit more aggressive. Obviously doesn't have the cover the desk anymore. This nade light coming from Vast. Nope, not going to happen. Not today. They go again. Attempt number 2. And, well, that's going to be squandered, my friends.
Yeah, those were my magnets coming in big there from Pat. Nice placement. He does take out Worthy, but it's a nice refrag or trade from God Legion, making a 4-4, and that's a nice peek to flush Diesel out of that position. Will now enable Elevate to have a better chance to get this plant down, and they will have to start thinking about that, considering we are into the final 30 seconds. Red is on the balcony with the diffuser. He's got God Legion with him, and Ethan finds that frag, so that's going to make it a bit trickier.
Certainly is. In fact,
Oof.
it's going to make it impossible.
Jeez.
Wildcard will be able to take that first round. You would have to say convincingly. 3 players left alive, and Elevate never really tested them in that final 30 seconds, but it was still tooth and nail up until.
Yeah, I think an issue for Elevate there was they never dealt with the players playing the long angles. That's the one in Connector and the one in around the private bathroom area, playing that long angle through the meeting wall. It just meant that even though they cleared out meeting and they had good control on the admin side, once they tried to get that execute off, there was just too many angles for them to contest, and it's difficult to contest those angles as you enter. So whether they were to use smokes or actually get somebody to rappel on connector or private window to try and deal with that might be something they consider next time. But it means Wildcard can change bomb site. They're going to go down to the basement.
Hopefully for
Defenders
similar
protect the bomb
success
from being
for
defused by
Wildcard's
attackers.
sake. I think yesterday they might not have had the most success on the basement. One failed attempt and one successful attempt. Diesel, who obviously is well known for a lot of the work that he has done for Wildcard leading up to and even into this season. Always been a very consistent player that Wildcard have looked to. And so too with Ethan. Both of those players obviously being the more vocal of the squad for the vast majority. And Imorin, well, who could deny that keyboard?
The Windows Microsoft keyboard, the old
Never seen
membrane.
anything like it in all of my years.
Yeah, it's a bit of a relic. What I'm finding interesting from Wildcard is they have chosen a mirror, and even though she's banned a lot and she is finally available here, some teams really just don't pick her that much because they're not really building strats around the mirror. Had to get a nice 3k in that previous round, and now he's going to be able to use the Vector. I'm curious where they set up the secondary mirror. We saw the first one, kind of the mainstay default there in the little security room faced towards garage. Oh, haven't seen exactly where the second one is, whether it's public bathroom or whether he might be using it late round.
Soon enough, you'll find out. Elevate haven't really tested Wildcard as of yet. More poking and prodding. That earlier drone phasing, obviously, giving them a lot of room to move on that top floor, knowing full well that it is clear. They will continue to do so as well. And buying a lot of time here. 3 players on drones right now. Elevate are not shy in doing so. So much information.
What's really important for them is just to be aware of exactly where these wildcard players are playing, because especially someone like Ethan is very well known for being a bit slippery and hard to track and trying to go for flanks. You want to be able to stay on top of that. That is where that secondary mirror is on the public bathroom there. Didn't see that in the fly-through. That's going to assist Ethan playing in that position in the bathroom. Hatch is open so he can drop safely down to site, and that means that Elevate will have some vertical control they can now use to open up the garage wall if they wish so.
Setting themselves up for success. It's been the early to middle round that they've done the majority of the droning, the majority of the pushing back for Wildcard's defense, and the small position being held, obviously, from Ethan. Taking their time even more so. This round feels like it's gone for a very long time.
Yeah, and it's been very methodical. I'm not going to say slow because they have achieved a lot. They've got map control, they've flushed out that roamer, they're dealing with this utility, and they're going to give themselves some time to start getting a plant down. But Wildcard are still all up, full HP. It means that in this execute, it's going to have to be some kind of frag fest, or Elevator going to have to be very, very good at cutting the rush angles that would deny the plant.
Extremely explosive. Those Havana pellets obviously only opening up a small size. Imorin taking down Worthy. That's the Ash. A lot of the firepower now taken out. God Legion manages to find Imorin as Red actually goes deep for that plan. I don't know whether Pat's going to be able to deny that. The C4 comes over the top. He's going to try to chase it, but the lines are being held from Elevate. Very nice. Geo left in a very awkward position to try and deal with this. Ethan coming in on the flank as well, but is he going to be too little too late? No, it's actually Geo continuing to hold down these lines. And Digital, Red, up close and personal. You can't miss when the barrel's in the stomach. Ethan with 20 seconds left on this clock. I don't know whether he's got the means to find. In fact, he's got exactly the means to find. He's going to be able to at least drop one into the 1v1, but the time, Raven, the time is tucked too far. There is surely no chance. And with that, he's just going to go for the kill. Try to find something in it. What a round from Elevate.
Really well done from them, and it was great angle covering from, it must have been vertical position there, where Red planted deep. There was that rotate hold. Pat knew where he was. That C4 missed the mark. He peeked and pre-fired, and no longer than half a second of him appearing in that rotate hole, he was taken out. So really well played from Elevate to cover that plant position. Being deeper, it's a bit trickier. It was a bold move, and it's worked out for them. And now Wildcard will have to try lobby press room, actually bucking the trend they had last night of repeating failed bomb sites.
So maybe, I'm not going to say it's an indication of what's going on here, but maybe Wildcard are starting to, with each match, they'll slowly but surely figure out how they're going to play as a team. 40% of your players being replaced is no small feat at all. Obviously, still the core. You still have what you would call the callers, if that makes sense, and you still have your coaches that are still in place from the original roster. So there's a good structure behind this team. Now it's about finding the ways that they are going to be playing and how they're going to perform in doing such.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Saw some success from this bomb site last night as well in the matches played with Wildcard. So again, we'll come down to how Elevate have reviewed that footage and what they decide to hard counter. And this is maybe something that's also a common misconception about counter-stratting. You don't always look at exact defense setups, like exactly every reinforcement, gadget placement. You don't always plan a hard counter for that. You look at like the philosophy or how they're defending, because you can always move reinforcements around and still keep the same kind of philosophy of how you're defending. So that's more what your counter-stratting is like, the pattern of that defense.
Interesting. It's coming from a coach that obviously you know full well what you're actually looking for, how you do counter, and I mean, for those of you at home, it's definitely a good note to take away. One of the better minds in ANZ with me.
Oh, thanks, bro. So wholesome of you.
Of course. Come on, Batman.
We can't kiss on broadcast. Rob, what are you doing?
Yes,
I can't believe you've done this.
Only a minute in, and I think this is going to be a very slow attacking side with Elevate. From everything we've seen so far, they're more than happy to use the full 3 minutes in the attacking phase to find the further roamers, kind of tricky, sneaky little plays, but this could be dangerous actually. Geo watching the line, and I don't know whether Elevate are going to push into it yet. If there's one team that won't, it is Elevate, so let's wait and see.
I like the change of Worthy going on to the IQ as well. He was Ash for the first couple of rounds, and he had very little impact. Didn't even notice too much of his utility use being that helpful. That's a nice run out, though, to take the buck off. That's Ethan. Again, a bit slippery. You've got to keep an eye on where Ethan is at all times.
It's a very fair point.
My favorite part.
Ethan has now given Wildcard a little bit more room to breathe, maybe capitalizing on the fact that they know the way that Elevate are playing now. It is slower, it is more methodical. Going to be able to see the gun barrel, but Worthy now stuck between a rock and a hard place. In fact, does very well to get out of it. Pat and Diesel, that's exactly what you want to see mid-round. And it's all left up to Worthy and God Legion now.
Yeah, and it doesn't look too good for Elevate here. There was a nice refrag, or no, actually kind of a trade there on that top floor, but God Legion is left in a 1 versus 4. He does have a minute to play with here. Baits the one out of the bottom spiral stairs, giving himself more of a chance. Diffuser outside, so Plant potentially not looking like a good option for him, as there are 3 players that can cover for Wildcard. And they're starting to surround him pretty well here. There's one on the flank in the Z hallway, and he is the one that will peek out and end the round.
Pat, hearing all those footsteps, you're damn sure that's going to be a free kill. Wildcard doing a good job of taking the fight to Elevate. Regardless of whether they're on the defensive or attacking side, it was very clear that they weren't interested in sitting back and letting Elevate push them into those corners and try and almost suffocate the space that they'd created. So very, very well maneuvered. And with Ethan opening the duel so early on Devas, that buck that has given Wildcard a bit of a nuisance in itself, just with that vertical potential, alleviated a lot of pressure.
Something I've noticed that's a positive for Wildcard tonight as opposed to their performance last night is these crossfire style strats that they have set up. So one they had on Villa was constantly failing for them when they were holding Aviator Games Room. And it was just due to missed timing in terms of like how the refrag or trade was meant to play out. But it's been working out for them much better. And on that round, the player playing in meeting was well covered from yellow, and I think there was even one playing near private, so they had multiple people ready to cover that, and they were picking out good times, pre-firing. Even if they didn't secure the kill at first, it just meant that that player in meeting could stay there more comfortably and not actually be
10
lost.
seconds to go.
Lost is not a place you want to be.
No.
5 seconds
Not good.
left.
So, once again, Elevate. I'm
Attackers are
very
moving out to
intrigued
locate
to
a
see
bomb
whether
and
we will
defuse it.
continuously see this slower style of droning and almost space prevention. Or I should say real estate prevention, actually. But Diesel and Co. doing a good job of eliminating a lot of these factors.
Imran just placing that ADS without actually seeing exactly where he was. That flash timed really well, but hasn't been able to flush him out at this stage. Yellow stairs, a very critical control point for attacking the CEO side of this bomb site. So if Elevate want to be able to push this, they will have to clear out that position. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard, if not impossible, for them to really get some kind of execute happening.
Digital obviously getting even further information. Vast now opening up, making sure that anyone that decides to play from private will be anything but more so public. Holding the line from Vast, obviously doesn't want to let those frag grenades go before they do test the top of that staircase. And it comes, and the timing here still for Emo Rin, nicely done. Not sure whether that was a frag grenade or I believe it was, so they have been able to waste at least a little bit more utility on the side of Elevate.
Yeah, they're really dedicating a lot of time and utility to this. The utility use is fine. Usually you will have to burn a lot of utility to flush that position, but they have not been able to clear Immerin. He takes a shot to the hip and he's not going to worry about that too much. Those impacts having no damage at all. So Elevate really failing to clear this out. They've wasted almost 2 minutes dedicated to do this. If they can't clear him out, that is a big fail mark on this. And Diddle's actually just going to rappel straight in. A good refrag there. Timed to perfection. Unfortunate not to save Vast, though.
Only a millisecond in it. Eventually, sooner or later, you need to make that decision. You're going to keep that attention across there, or will we move away? And, well, as long as they know what their core purpose is, that is completely
Bomb
fine.
located by attackers.
Pat just sitting on the inside. Red and God Legion both out on the windows. Diesel will be able to take down Worthy. Where from, we're not entirely sure. They're not going to be able to check to that left side, and Red Bull 4 down with no chance of God Legion trading that out. Wildcard are looking tenfold better than last night, Raven.
Much tighter, yeah, and Elevate just, I think there was a missed drone there in CEO. Didn't quite go deep enough past that yellow couch to be able to see that player in CEO. And now it is all up to God Legion.
5 seconds, and you know that he's not going to win this, but there's still some KD on the line. Diffuser nowhere in sight. And Wildcard will just see it out.
Run out of time.
Another round on the board. So far, Wildcard have opened every single round with a duel. Pat, Emorin, Ethan, and Emorin once again. They are definitely winning out on these engagements.
They are, and they're also not just losing players unanswered. A lot of it is being answered. They are trades, refrags. It was a great peek from Diesel. He ended up getting Worthy in the bathroom, and that was a really long angle from meeting. And he would have hit that with the SMG-11. Man is an absolute god with that gun. And stuff like that just wasn't working out for them last night. They weren't hitting shots like that. Potentially the intel or the comms were a bit muddy or just not there. And that seems to be remedied. They're playing much tighter.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
It's great to see that we can make those adaptations that are clear. God Legion out in front. This is definitely something that we have come to know and love about God Legion. His ability as a fragger. So many rounds that I can even think of from the first half of the season. And my memory's not that great, so the small things that I can remember from what is almost 2 months ago now, it's definitely saying something to the ability. The young fragger.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, definitely up there with the best of the fraggers in ANZ, and quite consistent too. It's not common that you see him really shut down or have a bad game. He has had one, I think there was a series earlier on where, while they still won both maps, he was struggling a little bit, but not to be tonight. So far he's doing quite well. It's just some smaller things for Elevate that are not allowing them to take the control they want. A big thing was the yellow stairs in that previous round, dedicating so much time and utility. And while they did clear it with a trade in the end, it took over 2 minutes to do, which really didn't give them much time to really solidify anything after that, which meant some desperation and some mistakes, and Wildcard capitalized.
You definitely couldn't be happier if you're Emo-Rin in that situation. 2 minutes and a kill, the opening kill. I mean, job's done at that point. Plus a lot of utility, like you're saying, a lot of investment. We can move away from that as we are starting to clear that top floor out with it. Elevate once more, but Wildcard not happy to put any attention there. They are, of course, down in Garage, so a very similar approach from what we saw in the previous round. And once again, they are not shy in droning out 3 players on those drones once again.
Ethan playing tucked into that bathroom. God Legion just missing him cross, but a nice cover from Vast there to catch him before he drops the hatch. So that's one change from last time. Ethan was able to get to that bottom floor. This time he was shut down. So Elevate will have half the round now to make some vertical play, clear out that garage so that Digital can get the breaches, which happened last time.
Yep.
They just didn't really have much time to get the execute off. They managed to close the round out based on some really good covering, but it was tight and it was pretty scary. I think they want to be able to make it a bit more comfortable for themselves this time. And they're starting to trend towards that with this opening kill.
Fast opening up very similar lines to what we saw in the last attempt, rather the last winning attempt. Almost identical at this point. Wildcard will surely be aware of that vertical play and be a lot more cautious of it this time. 45 seconds, Raven. They will slowly start to poke and prod at Wildcard's defense.
One thing that they probably also need to think about is, this is it right here, is the smokes from Digital, Diesel, in the security hallway. He's been hitting those perfectly each time, and considering the time right now, it is going to be hard for Digital to be able to get the plant down. Something we saw TBD do last night, it was Mango's. He just ran straight through and went hard towards the bins, which is not possible because of the adaptation Wildcard's made with that mirror. That will be completely visible unless they are able to smoke it off.
10 seconds left.
Timer ticking down. They're going to have to go for this now. Digital coming in behind the car. Is there enough to deny this? It doesn't look like it. They're going to be able to hold this. The C4 comes out. It's not going to connect. Geo finds God Legion, and Pat this time steps up, but Vast is not done yet. Wildcard need to be careful. Digital dismantling Wildcard down to only 2. Emo-Rin and Geo once again to leave it up. And Digital will just go directly through the wall. Geo with only 1 HP, Raven.
A nice pre-fire from Digital, but Geo trades back. Time ticking away. This is the same trap that happened to Ethan when he was trying to get the retake. Did not leave himself enough time. Trying to bait out the defuse here, and it's well covered from Vast above. A nice execute from Elevate. Well played from them to get that actually down, and the post plant was beautiful.
Those executes have been incredibly crisp. Even when it looks like Wildcard is starting to flip it, Vast has stepped up massively with that vertical potential. Even just that, I'm sure that Wildcard weren't as aggressive as what we might have seen because of the fact that that first round had gone that in a very similar fashion, in fact, just sending it in, making sure that you are covered when you are planting. We will be heading back to lobby press. So far, we've only seen 1 opening engagement go the way of Elevate. This time it was Ethan who got caught trying to rotate back down the hatch. Not done safely this time, Raven.
No, and those Elevate executes have been quite tidy, and while they're scary and not leaving themselves much time, it seems to have been prepared thoroughly enough where, to an extent, you can almost say they look safe. They've been able to get those plants down in situations where it's so easy to be able to deny that. A placed C4 in the right spot. Pat's missed it both times on that garage defense. But all it takes is that well-placed C4, and Elevate won't really have a good chance to recover to get the plant down. So it's working out well for them. And this is the site they lost in the worst fashion out of the entire half. Wildcard looking very strong on this, and if they can replicate that, they can take the half 4-2, and they would definitely be happy with that.
It did come down to a little bit more of an aggressive look on that defensive side. Wildcard were a little bit more happy to go for those engagements. Buck, of course, in Vast was caught out rappelling on the window, who, again, we have to reiterate, has been quite a big player for Elevate, just a big operator in general. Opening up those deeper lines, it cuts off so much space, so much rotating ability for that defensive side, and it just becomes so awkward. But to see Ethan sitting on the Legion toward yellow stairs, and apart from that, Pat's still pretty happy to try and take a fight out on CO window.
Yeah, really getting aggressive towards those windows. He's going to start to back away. He's been playing quite well. We see on score there, he's 8-2, so been hitting his shots, getting his frags, and not even dying. His survival percentage is quite high, given that we are on round 6. So good to see that he has started to really play for Wildcard, or step up for Wildcard in his debut week.
It could definitely be one of the big tipping points if Gio and Pat can both start to settle into this roster. Sure, we might not see them go for a late run in Season 11, but we've got to think a little bit more of an oversight, more of a third-person bird's-eye view for Wildcard, in the fact that it is a long game now. It is going to be God Legion going for the early peak. Emo Rin loses out there.
Nice peek to get that engagement. So that is a position that they weren't able to clear out at all, actually, last time they attacked this. And it was also an opening kill. God Legion finding another with a trade coming out, but this is looking much better for Elevate, giving themselves over a minute with the vertical control, besides the yellow stairs. But regardless, that's a much simpler position to flush out for them at this stage.
And Diesel being that maestro taken out. Not a big operator. Doesn't really have that ability to just sit and hide anymore for the Plants. Gio as well, up close and personal where Worthy needs to be careful. Look to edge around the corner there, but this could be a pivotal point here. Just so much information that Wildcard are going to be able to gain. And look, with Ethan and Pat on those operators, you could possibly see them absolutely rip Elevate apart if they're not careful. 2 players low as well, Raven.
Yeah, that's a big danger sign for Elevate. And Digital being their designated planter, being that low, is scary. It doesn't take much for them to eventually lose out. Digital is going to bait out a plant, trying to bait the C4 from below. Well played by him. He does bait it out. Has been even out with some frags, but actually Elevate answer back, Manic. It means it's a 3 versus 1.
Gio actually might be able to deny this here. If he drops down, he's got the 1v1, just makes it out in time, but no, Gio will catch him. And a 1v3 to close out the first half. The scores are tied, and Wildcard will be kicking themselves.
So close for Elevate on that round. Just some mistakes you could say in the plant phase there. Having the Buck potentially being a meat shield for the Habana planting. Not 100% sure. Maybe could have played more passive around the front door and just covered the drop. Either way, nice retake from Gio to secure the round for Wildcard, giving them a 4-2 advantage for the half, which, considering their form last night, they would definitely be happy with that to take that.
100%. And at least this gives us something to work with as well. Storylines being storylines. It's very important for us to continue seeing Wildcard just each and every night. They don't have to go leap and bounds, but they need to be improving, and this is exactly what we saw from map 1 to map 2 last night. There was a difference, not a massive difference, but enough. And then from last night to today,
attackers need to locate and defuse
almost
bombs.
a completely different team. And I do apologize, said the score was evened out. In fact, it's 4-2 in favor of Wildcard. Might have been caught up in the moment. Thank you, Raven.
You'll be forgiven. You'll be forgiven. But one thing that's going to be really important for Elevate is, of course, you've got to shake it off. You've got to be ready to come in your defense half here. It's only 2 rounds, and that can actually go by really quickly. They can easily make this 4-4, and then it's open again. One thing that's surprising for me is that Red seems to have been having a bit of a struggle tonight. He was actually probably one of the standout, if not the standout player for Elevate in the first half, playing support roles, but actually being right up there with their frags and having really high cost ratings week in, week out. He hasn't really gotten into the game so far, and I think that's a big area where they're starting to slip down, where requiring that support player to step up, whether it is actually his comms or whether they were relying a lot on his fragging ability. Either way, he hasn't had the same impact he was having in the first half.
A lot of attention out on those.
This looks like a breach rush, Rob.
Think they're going to send it?
I saw Ethan out there. There was potentially 3, maybe 4. They might do. I feel like they're gonna.
It definitely looks like it, Raven. This could be it. In go all 4 members from Wildcard. Elevate caught completely left field. Digital still doesn't realize how far they are. The plant's going to be going down. Emarin takes down Worthy, but Digital somehow manages to catch Pat out. The bomb, the diffuser is down. And the trades are going to go back and forth. Geo will be able to find God Legion coming down. This is looking really good for Wildcard.
It is looking really good for Wildcard, and now with this bomb site, if you get a garage plant, it's so simple to play really good post plant. You can just relax and stay near the stairs, and planting that deep means you can't long arm it safely. You're going to be exposed to that breach. It's been perfectly opened in the middle just for that. So this is going to be really tricky for Elevate to be able to deal with here.
Tricky or impossible. Either way, Wildcard, what a round, what a call. Elevate knew nothing about it.
No one at all really on the garage intel. I think they were potentially expecting something based on their preparations on how Wildcard were going to attack that, and just felt too safe. Never really bothered to check that early intel to catch what exactly Wildcard were doing. As you said, Digital was there still using his bailiff on site, just opening some holes. Like nothing was happening on the other side at all. So completely unaware where Elevate.
I totally just realized why I was under the impression that Geo was not on Wildcard. It's because Geo was on Elevate literally not even a couple of weeks ago. I was sitting here, like, I honest to God, I was actually bamboozled by that for a second. That's enjoyable. Well, even more enjoyable, we're heading back to basement. There's clearly a flaw that they think that they can correct. And it'll only time will tell whether that was a mistake in the early round or whether Wildcard are now going to throw everything at them.
Yeah, I think it's more comfortable to be able to repeat a bomb site when that's the way you lose it.
Yep.
Because it's not like your strategy was hard counted. I mean, in a way you could say it was, but actually I think it just came down to Elevate being confident that Wildcard weren't going to be rushing, especially there, and they just went on an early intel to actually catch that. So all they have to do is just look in that intel early, see if it might be happening, and then go from there. The only wall denial they have is red on the mute. So, I mean, they could be substituting maybe the Goyo or another player for a Kaid just to require a bit more emphasis of Wildcard to open that. They have the Thatcher, but it takes time, and that's a signal in itself. If an EMP goes off a garage wall, you know it's probably going to open soon.
It's a good indication. Alarm bell starts to ring, and this time Wildcard, they haven't set up there early. That's not to say that they won't still go across, but they are going to be going for the roam clear now. Vast across toward admin, looking to try and hold those positions. Also with God Legion being a bit of a nuisance, a bit of a menace as well. So Wildcard need to be cautious if they do decide to approach the roam clear, how they do so, and if they're going to have effective trades. That is probably more important.
Yes, definitely a more thorough approach from Wildcard on this round. Not looking to re-attempt what they did last time, but gotta say, Robert do love a good old breach rush. Watching them all go through, and it looks great when it comes off. Like, catching the defense off guard like that, it looks cool and it feels good. And speaking of feeling good, God Legion is feeling damn good because he's just found 2 kills. He's popping off for his team and not looking as good for Wildcard in this round.
Pat just needs to be cautious coming around the corner. He'll actually take the head off of God Legion. The remainder of Elevate pretty much turtling on site. Red, who's still happy to sit and buy even more time. Ethan and Pat in a little bit harder now. You may as well just stay there and buy as much time as possible. Try and find a kill. Looks exactly like what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, at this stage, that's definitely what you want to do. Just burn the time. And that's what he is doing to great success. But he will have to drop out of there when they've opened that wall on the north-facing side, because he is completely exposed. Well played by him. It's burned a lot of time, and it means Wildcard only has about 50 seconds to try and get an execute. Ethan seems like he can see the tip of Red's toes, maybe, not too sure. Seemed quite aware that's exactly where Red's playing at least. Oh, the timing on that though. Wildcard gonna have to get moving here with this execute. 35 seconds to go. Ethan finds two, so they're now well set up for this.
They can flush on in, but they still need to be careful of these longer lines being held digital. Just looking to try and maneuver around, lock down that site. It's going to be somewhat complicated to do so. The Evil Eye in behind, as now Diesel does go deep. Will start to defuse. That's nicely done. They will not be able to deny it. Maybe actually still no. Well, that's absolute chaos. Wow. Okay. I mean, yeah, we'll take one for the team in that occasion.
Yeah, and that Goyo strat, that definitely looked like a pre-planned thing. Didn't come off. It didn't look like it actually hurt Digital at all. Diesel, I keep mixing up their names, man. It didn't look like it hurt him at all in that plant, so no real denial coming out. Wildcard, let's talk about this most importantly. They're on match point now, Rob, with a 4-round advantage.
Again, a shocking result in comparison to last night, but this is what we expected from Wildcard for so long. This could be a turning point. I'm not going to read too much into it just yet, but without a doubt, a very welcome change from yesterday and from the rest of this season.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to talk to Elevate after this to find out where the struggles are. Is it the fact that they've had Worthy come in and they've still got some teething issues, or maybe Wildcard's just catching them off guard, something about their play style is throwing them off? But regardless, Wildcard are playing a much better game tonight. And look, their two new recruits, Gio and Pat, are the ones absolutely popping off for them. 10 and 4, 11 and 4 respectively. And you've got to say, that seems like it's starting to actually work out. I mean, they're not going to get those kills unless they're getting the intel. It's usually how it works at this level. So things working out for them here, and they've got a really strong scoreline.
It is for sure something to build off. And maybe something to platform, either to use as a platform to step onto bigger and better things. So you can be damn sure that if Wildcard are going to be able to continue this sort of trends, who knows what we'll see toward the latter parts. Or rather, I say the latter parts, but they've got one match left after this, or rather one lineup left. They've still got one match against Elevate after this. However, we do still see them come up against Fnatic next week. Maybe that is really the final boss, if you will.
I mean, yeah, Fnatic is the one everyone's gunning to beat at the moment in ANZ, not just because they're on the top of the ladder, but because of just the fact they're Fnatic. Their stature, their international experience and results. So getting a win against them domestically, regardless, is going to be what everyone is gunning for. Wildcard opting to attack CEO side, just like Elevate were, in fact, for this defense. And important to note, Elevate have not gone back to Garage. I mean, they tried it 2 rounds in a row. Clearly not working, so they've gone to this top floor.
Red playing in a very similar position from Emorin in the rounds before. If you cast your mind back, Emorin was able to hold out top of stairs for over 2 minutes. Not only that, he actually found the opening kill regardless of it being traded. Job done in that occasion. Red just needs to be cautious here. Here comes the nice grenade from Emorin. And that's a way to kickstart what could be match point.
Yeah, a well-placed nade from him, and a better use of utility coming out of Wildcard on that flush means that not only did they use the investment of utility, but they actually got the frag, and not a trade at least. So they've got the man advantage coming to this final minute. They've got a lot of control now that Yellow Stairs is clear. They haven't officially taken it, but I don't believe anyone's really going to decide to try and rotate back there, considering the control Wildcard have Ethan repels in to officially take that now, and this is setting themselves up for a really strong chance to get this plant down.
Obviously watching from a deeper line there. Ethan just needs to be careful. 50 seconds left on the clock. You can see multiple players rappelling on the outside for wildcard. Imorin will join that party as well. No, instead we'll just go straight up the stairs. Ethan will delete God Legion as Pat finds Digital. Worthy and Vast. I don't know whether you've got it in you, but you have to give it something.
Going to be very hard for them at this stage. Worthy all up to him in Connector. Not even going to get a chance to try and retake a flawless round to finish it off for Wildcard. A dominant map for them in the end, Rob, and a stark contrast to their match against TBD.
That is for sure. 3 rounds straight on their attacking side to close it out. 7-2.
Oh,
Nice.
it's actually the first time I've been able to see the Elite animation, and in a Pro League match at that, pretty nice.
That was a very spicy matchup from Wildcard's perspective. You've got to say that. I believe it was God Legion in the end there with 10 kills for Elevate, and still not enough. Still not enough to give them any more than the 2 rounds they were able to grab. Is that a fair reflection as to how that game went?
I think it is. I mean, in a lot of instances, Wildcard were really outplaying Elevate there. They did have one round where Elevate were pretty unlucky not to secure it. It was that final defense round for Wildcard where Geo got that 1v3 clutch.
Yep.
By all rights, that probably should have been Elevate's. But regardless, all of those attacks from Wildcard were actually fantastic. And that last one being a flawless round was kind of the bookend to that map, saying like, we're back. And color me surprised. I basically had them written off at the start of this based on how last night went, and the fact that Elevate have been so strong for the first half of the season.
You wouldn't be wrong in thinking so either. I think a lot of viewers at home that watched last night would be feeling the same thing and probably echo that statement that last night was not a good time to be a wildcard fan, nor was it to be a wildcard player if we're being completely honest. But there is no denying that from yesterday to today, the difference is day and night.
It really is. Small mistakes are far and few between, and there's actual signs of coordination here that just really didn't seem to be there last night at all from Wildcard. So great signs for them, and I'm actually really excited to see what map 2 is going to be.
That's for sure. A solid start to the night for Wildcard. We've got match 2 coming up after this short break.
Seconds to go. 10 seconds left. Attackers activating diffuser. Attackers activating diffuser. Defenders of Ten seconds to go. Attackers are activating bomb diffuser. Attackers protect the diffuser.
Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you.
Hold up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you dry, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. This shit can kill the sick. Real stories. It's the only way to live.
I hope you're strapped in. Wildcard are taking us for a ride. We're back for the match 2, that is, of 4. Rob J. Monday and Raven taking you through the rest of tonight and, of course, the match before, as if it wasn't so. How are you feeling after that one? We got to chat a little bit about it toward the end. I think we need to focus a little bit toward Elevate as well, because we spoke a fair bit about Wildcard just then.
Yeah, and I guess you could say there's maybe more pressure on Elevate for this series than there is Wildcard. They've clearly stated that they are focusing on long term, whereas Elevate are in a position right now to finish top 2.
Yep.
They're still in a position where they can finish on top of Fnatic. They're still yet to play Fnatic. For example, if they keep toe-to-toe with points, they take both maps off them, they can get that first place in ANZ. So, of course, that pressure is mounting.
Yep.
And potentially that's what culminated in that first map there. They were just struggling to get things done due to that mounting pressure affecting communication or something else in their gameplay. It's
a little bit of a concern, but also, guess what? This is the beautiful thing about ANZ. We get another chance to have a look at how it goes. In the next Veto up for you in front of your screens. This is where we're going to be headed. Border Clubhouse are gone. Villa and Coastline are next. Theme Park once again left until the final decision, and it's this time that it's Wildcard that takes it out.
Yeah.
We head to Cafe. Interesting.
It is interesting because it's been a strong map for Wildcard before.
Yep.
Something I was saying in the map videos for Wildcard series last night, though, is we don't really know how much of their track history on maps you can really say counts anymore, considering the big change of 2 players.
Yep.
Maybe they have lost all synergy on Cafe. Sometimes you really don't find that out until an official. You can do it in scrims, and you're like, yeah, the Cafe's still good for us, or
Yeah.
the map's still alright.
A little bit different when it's...
Yeah, when it comes to the actual dance, sometimes you are stepping on toes.
Wow. You just have all of the good ones. All these lines that you've been coming out with for the past 2 nights, I'm impressed.
Oh,
I'm going to up my game.
That was my goal.
I love that. So let's have a look at Cafe for wildcard. We've got a 7-2 result from the Pittsburgh Knights. We've got 7-1 against Kanga and a 6-6 draw against Fury. When we flip it over and we look at Elevate, we see a 7-5 result against Sinister. That was in the first half of the season, which I actually think that's a lot closer than what it should have been for Elevate's sake. And they beat Fury 7-1 on Cafe. If you want to line up the Fury matchup, on one hand, Elevate 7-1, wildcard 6-6. So
Yeah.
But again, we don't. I'm just stating these facts so we understand the history of both of these teams on these maps.
Yep.
It pretty much means nothing.
Yeah, it's really hard to draw any conclusions from that. One kind of poetic thing you could say is Gio's first debut was that match against Sinister on Cafe for Elevate. And the first round he played, he got a 1v5 clutch. So here he is again on Cafe, playing against his old team where he got that star play. In fact, it featured in top 10 plays globally. So yeah, it's a little bit poetic, I guess.
Juicy. I love it. I'm going to ask you again. I don't think I need to ask you. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I actually have no idea now.
Yeah.
Like, I was so confident coming into the first map based on how Wildcard played last night, Elevate's form, all that kind of stuff. But seeing how Elevate played on Consulate, I'm worried for them. This is really tough to call now. I might even say this could be a draw.
Could be a draw. All right, well, let's have a look at what you... Let's have a look at what you thought at home. Here we go. We got there in the end. It was a little ebbs and flows. We're reaching the end conclusion. Not as different from the last matchup, but people are definitely still on the wildcard bandwagon.
Yeah, and I think this is probably a fair reflection. I mean, they just played really well on the first map. So if there was going to be a community poll that was maybe a bit skewed or lopsided, it would have been the first one. But this one, I think, reflects kind of where we're at pretty well.
Yep.
Definitely expectations for Elevate maybe dropped a little bit after that last match. Or you could say increased, because really they should be performing better than that 7-2 result.
Expectations from one map to another, yeah, we definitely expect a lot more from Elevate. However, this is the wild card that we have come to know and love from last season. So I think that it's kind of fitting that we are seeing it go back that way. But this is the time for Elevate to step up. They've got pretty much 2 matches left after this against 2 different teams to consider that top 2 placing. They've had a phenomenal season so far. They would hate to see it crash and burn now. It's wildcard they're up against.
It is, and they will have to be prepared for the wildcard Cafe, because it has been positive in the past. They've had some great results on Cafe. Whether they can still replicate that with Pat and Gio in the roster, we will very soon find out. A buck ban actually coming out of Elevate, an operator they themselves use quite a lot. Quite interesting, but also very effective on Cafe, given the vertical play potential on this map.
Mirror now being banned out, which was actually let through on Consulate and was used to such delight. And as seeing that last ban echo, well, man, I'm a wizard. No, it is way too common to see poor Echo banned out. And from here, where do we go? Thatcher and Buck? I feel like Thatcher I've seen banned multiple times. I was going to say on Cafe, but just in general, it just seems to be a very common thing nowadays.
Yeah, the Thatcher and Echo ban in general are just strong bans, because they've... Well, Echo is a frustrating operator to play against. It creates a massive emphasis on good use of IQ or really good eyesight on your drones. And Thatcher just speeds things up. That means attacks can happen quicker because you can clear that utility with little thought. You just have to know that it's there, chuck the EMP grenade down, boom, it's gone.
Boom.
So with Thatcher off the board, it just means that attacks have to bring IQ or have to be droning things out, checking for utility, designing ways to clear that with less ease.
Could be very interesting to see how this will develop. Of course, Elevate starting on the attacking side. And it's something we spoke to TBD last night about, the fact that you can kind of set yourself up for either failure or success depending on what particular ban you decide to take out. For example, the Buck ban is something that TBD kind of not throw in the Buck ban, but they threw in a similar operator that we knew that Wildcard were. Can't remember which operator it was. Can you cast your mind back? No, you cannot.
Sorry, bro.
That's okay, that's okay. TBD banned out a certain operator, and what it meant was when we swung across to that second side, Wildcard didn't have one of their main operators. They didn't have that kind of X factor on Villa. So
I think it was the Thatcher.
yeah,
Pretty
there
sure
we go.
it was the Thatcher.
Yeah. So, you know, it can be a double-edged sword, but it is also calculated. So I'm very interested to see where we go from here. But 2-minute 50, and we're off and running.
Speaking of calculated, I mean, the operator lineup is a little strange on the side of Elevate. I mean, not super strange, but the big standout here is Worthy on the Nook. Gets a bit of play on this map. Well, she's not going to be effective in this round as Ethan just completely shuts him down. Worthy, pretty impressed by that, or maybe not impressed.
Yeah, right. I don't know what you'd be, more frustrated? I think frustrated is probably the best way to put that.
Yeah.
And now the one storyline we were trying to build there, Raven, they've just snatched it away from you. So
for me.
Unfortunate. We can now move on to what will be the man disadvantage for Elevate, and having Milk off the board, potato. So Diesel at the moment sitting in peculiar position. That is going to be the Goyo shield done and dusted. And Elevate, very similar attack style what we saw on Consulate.
Yeah, and that Nook pick as well, just quickly going back to it, I believe it's Aces from Rogue has often played Nook on a couple of different maps, and I'm pretty sure Cafe as well. I guess the rush up the white stairs might have been the play, or the counter push up the white stairs more so. Either way, it's not going to have effect. Elevate taking Piano here, half the round ticked away, so not too bad on the time management. They have the Maverick for the hard breach. That's a great shot from Geo though. Sure, and Gold Legion won't have a chance to have an effect on the round now. And again, that hard breach on Digital with Maverick is going to be tricky to achieve given the holes that are right next to the main wall that he'll be wanting to put an impact into Freezer.
A drive-by from Geo, hey? Every time it looks like Elevate is starting to make their way back into the round, Wildcard have something to say about it. Air jab. Making its mark, and Digital now just holding the line, Emo Rin as well. It's a stalemate of sorts. A standoff as Digital now starts to edge around the corner, and Emo Rin will take that. There's no potential for a trade just yet, but on the other side, Haas doesn't expect it. It's rather red, sorry. And Haas looking for a head, not going to be given that either. Wildcard with an explosive first round, and Elevate a little bit lackluster.
Yeah, and wow, like those last three engagements were just all Elevate, not hitting their shots. Got to highlight Digital. He was the one peeking into the bathroom, very much aware. It looked like that Imorin was in the position, but just didn't hit his shot. Actually lost the gunfight. Imorin is a great player to take his ones. And Elevate just not looking too sharp at the moment. Only one round played. Wildcard continuing some strength though, and it means they will change to the Reading Fireplace bomb site. Elevate need to get back into this because it feels like it's been quite a while since we've seen a good round come out of them.
Well, it's been 5 rounds since we've seen Elevate actually win a round, let alone have a good round. So that's not to say that there hasn't been at least some sort of a decent attempt in amongst all of the myths, but we are not that impressed from what we saw in the first half of the season. This is concerning signs. Whether this is Wildcard stepping up to their potential, Elevate may be dropping in their own. That could be something that we do look at on the micro, the macro as well. Tell this story at the end of this match. It might well and truly be changing.
10 seconds to go.
There's definitely always the chance that this could have been difficult for Elevate to prepare for, given the fact Wildcard has brought in 2 new players, which means things might have dramatically changed. You could talk about how maybe they had more, you could say they had more VODs on Wildcard, given they actually played at Invitational, all that jazz, but it might count for absolutely nothing, given that they've done the roster changes. Strats could be completely different. Their playstyle probably quite different. That can be really hard to prepare for. It's in fact just preparing for a new team. So it could just be that Elevate's prep has been really off, and they're caught off guard by what Wildcard's doing, and they're just struggling to adapt to that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Adapt to survive. That's exactly what's needed
Bomb
from
located
Elevate
by
here.
attackers.
Prerequisite was pretty much that they had to at least win one of these maps to stay in the running. They are still hot on the heels of Fnatic, but it is going to require Fnatic to drop some points here or there, and next week's going to be so spicy when we get to it, but that's a whole nother game, a whole nother ball game. Elevate this time, not wasting a lot of time. Actually, it's going to be the Ash and the Sophia leading the charge. Obviously droned out as well. Emo Rin getting somewhat of a haircut. Other than that, there hasn't been too much of a problem.
I like the push here from Vast to use this hole and push the stuns over, just to give them a chance to try and clear out that utility. He actually saw someone through the floor for a second there. I don't reckon he even realized. So focused to clear the barbed wire, does dodge a C4. Elevate not mucking about as much on the map control here. Really important that they get Cocktail, and especially without losing people or using too much utility, because it's a critical stage, but there's still a lot to do once you get the Cocktail control. It's a very critical engagement about to happen.
Oh, well, Digital's going to come in from behind and take down Diesel. They've still got to be careful. They didn't realize. Oh, Emo Rin for 2. Oh, they don't do their due diligence. They think that maybe Emo Rin has backed away or the player was there, died. And it's flipped up on its head.
Yeah, I have to say that was potentially a communication issue. Digital pushing down, getting the smoke on the white stairs, but maybe not communicating that it was the smoke he killed, not sure. Either way, it has meant that Elevate are in a man disadvantage, trying to run it back. In fact, Red does find a nice little double there, which means it's 2 versus 2 into this final 40 seconds. They haven't put much effort into pushing on the bomb site. They've got the vertical control, they've flushed out some positions, but they don't have much time to be able to deal with the rest of it.
Certainly not. Pat, realizing that at least one of those members are across toward the staircase, just needs to be a little bit cautious. Red now drops down the hatch straight onto the site. They might try and stick this here. Geo goes down. It's all on to Pat. Can he step up? No, he cannot. His former team would be having somewhat of a laugh. They've been able to shut that one out this time.
Yeah, it was actually really well played from the 2 remaining. It was a 2 versus 4, let's remind you. They managed to get the 4 picks themselves. And you know what? It was well played from Worthy. He covered Red beautifully. The rotate was nice and swift. Red getting in for the plant. And also some poetic justice there. Worthy taking out his former teammate, Pat. They both were on Kanga together. Now they've ended up on 2 separate teams. Means Elevate has tied it back up at 1-1. Rob, they finally got this round back. Could be a start of some momentum here.
Yep.
Defenders, protect your
We always
bombs
like to
from
see
being
what they
used
can
by
build
attackers.
off. And it can just start with one round. We saw it yesterday. With Sinister in, what was it, the 4th round, I think it was. And from there, they took 6 rounds straight from the one match from the Knights. And you definitely don't want to be riding that off. Elevate are an extremely good team, and all it can take is one minor misstep on Wildcard's behalf, and they've just let a monster loose.
5 seconds to go.
Yes, and they are in Kitchen bomb site now. A favorite for a lot of teams. Can be tricky to deal with. Interesting castle strat there from Geo. Just basically sectioning off that red hallway completely. More commonly, if you were to do that, there's a rotate hole in through that north wall towards the red stairs. So you can play a little more freely around there. But that's just a little quarantine zone, basically. They can run freely in and out with the coat check room, but it's not something Elevate will have to worry about. For example, if they take Bakery, that whole angle is covered already. So it actually can create some comfort for the attackers. I'm really curious to see where it fits into Wildcard's strategy. Right now, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of its effectiveness.
Elevate, top down, roam clear, and this is just so similar to what we're used to seeing now. Very methodical in their approach. They don't really want to allow Wildcard any extra space, and maybe that is the occasion in which they were able to claw the round back, which has been their patience, has been the virtue that's supported them so far. Still such a potential for a landslide here. If Wildcard can grab this round back and start to put a little bit more pressure onto the attackers, it might unsettle Elevate just enough.
Pat being stubborn, not really repositioning. He got droned out once, shot the drone, shoots another drone, so he's taking out 2 drones in this position. And he's still really just holding the same angle. And Elevate not doing anything to follow it up, so that's 2 drones lost for very little engagement. Digital finds his own engagement though to open it up again. So Elevate finding these opening kills is putting them in good positions. Very well spread out and getting some good vertical control here. Pat does try to peek on a red, but he wins that engagement. Elevate again, pushing ahead with a strongman advantage. It was Emo Rin that opened it up for Wildcard in the previous round, giving them that advantage, but Elevate seem to be on top so far.
Distracted by that vertical play, walking back into Worthy's position. Worthy can't capitalize. Ethan finds a second. He's given Wildcard a breath in this round. And now they still might be able to capitalize off this. Elevate still need to be careful here.
Yeah, really some poor timing there on the push onto Ethan. After he got that first pick, the player dropping, I think it was God Legion on the sledge. If he just waited the extra second, him and Vast could have pinched. I reckon they could have essentially saved each other. But not to beat is 3 versus 2, and completely not expecting Diesel to be playing on the stairwell. Digital picks the diffuser up and goes on the hunt, but they have completely lost the position of where Diesel is. He's rotated through to the dining room, watching the brown stairs. He might be able to catch the Ash off guard. Misses the shots though, great shots from Vast. Final 10 seconds though, Rob, they need to push to site.
Yeah, Geo as well is repositioned, and Elevate have absolutely no clue where he is. Is he able to hold that line? He'll be able to find the one. The Fuser has to go down here. He knows that he's got to stick it. He'll start to push. Has he got enough time there to hold on to it? Pulls off just in the nick of time.
1 HP.
Geo again in another clutch position for Wildcard.
Oh, Digital is going to be absolutely spewing the fact that he was 1 HP. Nice clutch though from Geo. He has saved multiple rounds for Wildcard in this series. Means they will edge back in front now at 2-1. Elevate, it was a really good push in the end, but just some missed timing and some missed plays that push down White Stairs, giving Diesel that kill onto, I believe it was Worthy. Gave Wildcard the look in that they needed.
Attackers need to protect.
Jeez Louise. So close there.
Yep.
So close. Just had enough time to get off that defuser as well. Like you said, Digital will be a little bit upset. Might have been fitting as well. Digital did open that round, so had he had closed it, would have been a very impressive feat. And now we will be going back to that top floor, which I want to say I rarely see defensive side lose.
It's definitely a strong bomb site. It requires a lot to deal with. And one thing that Elevate weren't able to do last time, due to the fact they brought a Maverick and the way Wildcard set up, was they never had a good line of sight through Freezer from Piano. That wall on the other side of Diesel there on the west of Freezer really commonly open, so you can really cut all the way through towards the top of White Stairs. But with that Maverick, they just weren't able to get it open. So now they've got the Habana, much more achievable. No matter whether they can not lose those early picks, because, I mean, Worthy died in the first 20 seconds, and he was trying to do a pretty offhand Nook play.
Yep. Yeah, that was, you know, a deterrence to the rest of that round, and definitely not going to be taking that same approach, Raven, so it's okay. We're okay for now. Elevate have been very cautious in everything they've done. And so far, from map 1 to map 2, the results really haven't shown the style of play, unfortunately, maybe that has seen them so much success in that first half of the season. Diesel in a very similar position to what we saw before. God Legion just getting that information. Shield, adios.
Clearing it out nice and early is always going to be helpful, given the time that it burns away. If you aren't clearing Goyo shields early in the round, or as early as possible, that they will come back to bite you. So good that that's cleared. They've essentially flushed out the piano position. It's just Imorin playing in Pixel there with the Goya shield in itself. And no real... Oh, no, there is an ADS there next to him to catch those grenades. Being burnt by the stun grenades. Elevate look poised to be able to take piano at a similar time to last time. It was around 1:30 when they finally breached in. And it's going to be the progress they need. Otherwise, Wildcard will have far too much control.
They itch their way in. Imorin obviously standing up strong in that first round for Wildcard there, dropping 2 of the members from Elevate as they came around the Pixel corner.
Diesel playing below with the C4 on the mute is in fact what downs God Legion in mining. They don't have the intel on him, so he is able to slip away, looking to play just under the pillars section there. With no C4 though, no massive effect, but with intel can use his shotgun to deny a plant. Elevate not leaving themselves a whole lot of time here. Imorin with a cheeky little peek as that breach gets opened by Digital, and that means that that is the only use of Hibana that they'll have.
Oh, is he going again? Have they seen him? Yes, they have, and now he is stuck. In fact, he will be finished off. God Legion not having a bar of it. Diesel now chiming in on a Vast. And Elevate, they are starting to look, speed this up a little bit further here.
They are, and they're trying to push through Freezer. A nice pick from Worthy. Worried about the white stairs. A beautifully placed C4, but it's traded straight back. These trades coming out to make it a 2 versus 2 for this final execute, Rob.
Diffuser is dropped, but God Legion, surely this doesn't happen. Surely he is not the reason that Elevate managed to come through. Diesel with little information. Looking for a Hail Mary there and not going to be given it either. No frag grenades left. Diesel will look to come back up white stairs. Watching that line. God Legion pulls off for half a second. Knowing full well that this push will come in. The off angle. Does it catch him out? Absolutely not. Diesel, point blank, will not miss that any day of the week. And Wildcard once again managed to pull it out at the death.
Really well played by Diesel. He had a massive advantage there, not just with the shotgun to play a close quarters gunfight, but also God Legion already quite low on HP. I think he was around 15 or 20, so not even needing to land all of the shotgun pellets to get that frag. Again, nice clutch from Diesel. Clutch is really getting it for Wildcard here. That's 2. It could really be 3-1 in the other direction at this stage.
Clutches are plentiful. And this, when you think about the mentality of a team, it can go one of 2 ways for Elevate. They can be getting tilted because of the fact they're getting clutched on, or they see it in hindsight and they realize how close these rounds are actually coming, and it's the fact that Wildcard are having to clutch them out. And both are just as kind of detrimental to themselves. Clutching round after round is never a good thing. Rather for the receiving end, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, that last round was just a great example of the kind of arm wrestle of a matchup we have here. Just trades coming out left and right, and they were from not necessarily good, not good positions, but difficult positions, and just some confident plays to achieve that. To bring it all the way down to the 1v1, I think it really did justice to how that round was playing out. And I just kind of wish God Legion had a little bit more HP in that engagement, because again, that kind of would have done a bit more justice to how that round was playing out. But either way, we can't take credit away from Diesel. Wildcard looking pretty good in the defense half here on Cafe. Got 2 more rounds to try and get under their belt before we will see Elevate take on the defense.
Maybe we'll see a completely different game when that happens. Now Pat on that pulse. Sitting into mining there, so if he stays close, he will find extra intel. There we go. We saw that this was actually quite a spot of bother for Elevate in that previous match on Consulate. This was when Geo clutched out in a 1v3 on the pulse. Arguably, never should have been in that situation. It was a 3v3 for the vast majority, so will we see Pat called upon for a similar clutch? Wait and see.
That vertical is definitely a bit of a weakness for Elevate. That mute on digital, creating some havoc in that previous round in itself. We'll have to be a bit more aware. We saw a pretty aggressive take from Elevate last time towards Cocktail. It was Vast on that Ash and Legion following it up to try and clear it out. Rin catching them off guard though, getting that double kill. And this was a round that Elevate won. In fact, the only round they won, and it was a 2v4 at that. Hopefully they can find some more success this time, or will we continue to see Wildcard trend towards winning another map?
So far, the scoreline is suggesting that not so much the performances in these rounds, just not going to be able to make those shots work because Diesel from below will claw his way into this one.
C4s again, really just opening it up for Wildcard. A trade coming back finally onto Diesel. Position flushed out. Elevate pushing deep. They are finding these picks, but not at any cost. There is HP taking off. Refrags again. Rin just holding strong in this Cocktail position. He's been so tricky to flush out, and it's just costing Elevate a lot. And the fact that it's under a minute now and he's still alive, I think really going to work in the favor of Wildcard.
This could be huge for Gia. I don't know whether they know the location. I mean, I'm assuming that they do at this point, but Rin has backed away. And for the cost of, like you're saying, pretty much nothing, it's been really hard for them to deal with him. Gio on a really nice line here. Can just play passive. There's 30 seconds left on this clock, Raven. Elevate need to start making critical decisions here.
I'm going to say there's no way they know he's there, because Worthy peeking towards the white stairs, not even thinking about looking down the hallway, really indicates that that's just not something I think is happening. But they've all dropped off now. This is going to be where Gio's going to have to time it well. A great shot from Rin. That's the diffuser that's gone deep. Bit of a misplay, but they're going to have to try and get this plant down.
Worthy 1v2 has to try and find the initial kill and not going to be given it. Elevate send the diffuser in quite deep and don't really have the requirements to trade that out. Both players spaced in an awkward amount. Requires them to just go one by one. The Ants, my friend, the Ants will go marching and Wildcard will welcome them with a magnifying glass.
There's a chance that they really just made the decision to go deep because of the vertical holes that had been made. Very easy for somebody to have retaken through the red stairs and play the vertical holes as they try and plant in default positions. But it did not work out at all. Wildcard are up 4-1. And I mean, if Elevate can get this round, bring it back to 4-2, that's not so bad. The fact that Buck and Thatcher are banned really does make attacking on this map much trickier. And defense usually prevails on this map, so it's not necessarily a terrible position or an unfamiliar position for teams to be on this map.
Yeah.
But for Wildcard to go up 5-1, giving them that confidence and basically a one-round chance to secure at least a point would be a really tough position for Elevate to be in.
Too true. Too true, Raven. So it is do or die for the first half, and I'm not going to reiterate what you've just said. It's pretty much being called upon for Elevate now. Such an incredible start to the first half of Pro League, but this was the biggest question we had coming out of that first half. They had Wildcard, Fnatic, and TBD to play. Those are the three best teams in the region outside of Elevate themselves. And so this was always going to be a question of, was the first half just because they were playing those lower level teams? Or is it because they were on fire? And I think we're starting to get somewhat of an answer here in map 2 for Wildcard. Almost bullied them.
Yeah, they really have controlled a lot of this series. I mean, they do have the 2 clutch wins on this map, but regardless, it's not like they came totally from behind on those rounds. They still performed very strongly. Elevate need to step it up here. Just at least, if anything, to gain some momentum and some kind of positivity that you can latch on as you enter that next half, because they're going to have to dig deep on defense regardless. They're coming from behind.
Nice try, Ethan, question mark. Obviously going for a run out there and not being rewarded for it. Upset his spaghetti, and unfortunate to do so, but he gets away scot-free, so it really is one of those cases where there's no harm, no foul. Imorin sitting on all my word. Could have been cheeky. Main word there being could have. Should have, would have.
Yeah, and C4s have been a big factor against Elevate or working for Wildcard. So again, if they're not too careful with this vertical play, they're trying to put a lot of vertical pressure. Fair enough, but they keep getting caught off guard. They will need to be careful again. Wildcard also catching them off guard with just aggressive positioning. Last time that they were defending this, they were pushed up very far, playing around the white stairs quite heavily, top of red quite heavily. And that did mean that Elevate took a long time to take map control. But this time, actually, they forfeited it. And it means that Elevate can progress on this second floor and start to put a little bit of pressure onto site. But they haven't given themselves a whole lot of time, as they're less than a minute now.
My device is ready.
Obviously now the Nomad cutting off. So rotates. Red trying to find a deep line, but isn't going to be given anything just yet.
Device in position.
All the stairs now locked down, so Wildcard are stuck on that bottom floor unless they want to make noise, unless they want to be taken out. That will now have to back away. C4 coming a little bit too little too late. Does Pat go for a peek here? He's got to go for the 1v1. He's got the right line, but he just can't hold enough. And Vast will open up with Red backing it up.
A nice pick there as well from Red, but again, 15 seconds, they have to explode onto site, but they have a really solid man advantage. Now they have intel of Ethan in his position. A great drop from the hatch. Imorin trying to make his mark. Plant is going to have to attempt to go down here. Digital is the one with the fuser, while Worthy is on the ground. Eventually a 2v1. Plant is happening. They're going to have to cover this. It's not covered by the player close, and he's going to be able to deny it. Not covered at all from the hallway. Wildcard again able to clutch out a round rob. This is going to have to be adding up to some difficult mindset challenges for Elevate.
That is 4 massive clutches in the first 2 maps of tonight. Wow, Imorin. We saw that from Imorin last night as well on Villa, coming around the vault door in a 1v3 to deny that diffuser in the last second. You have to be asking questions of Elevate now. Is the pressure getting too much? Are those mind games of losing these clutches that detrimental? A 5-1 half. It definitely does not feel like that is an equal representation of how this game has gone.
Yeah, and that feeling, again, really indicates the fact that Wildcard, 3 of their 5 rounds were clutches that were clearly Elevate rounds, given the situation they were in when the timer hit 0. And just then, I really think that alluded to some potential communication issues within Elevate. I think it was the Zofia really hard left against that double door that Imorin picked off first. He died, and there was about a 2-3 second lag before he pushed the planter. That player in red hallway just never really peeked back to cover that cross. So some miscommunication or lack of, not 100% sure. Either way, face with Wildcard up 5-1. Only a round away from securing a point, and that means that Elevate would be faced with a situation of only taking a point out of this series at best.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Crazy that that is a thought after last night and after the last half of the Pro League season. It definitely would, you'd be asking questions if you saw this result, as we are right now. Out of that entire clutch from Imorin, my favorite part of it was Ethan afterwards.
Emo goat.
Emo goat.
Bomb located by attacker.
Yeah.
What would an emo goat look like?
Good luck, sheep, I guess. With some
Would it-
spikes somewhere. I don't know.
A bomb
Quite
has
strange,
been
at least.
located.
Wearing a spiky collar.
Elevate on their first defense will be, of course, taking that top floor. We mentioned as Wildcard defended, it is quite tricky to attack. Requires some good time management to clear out Piano, and without the Buck and the Thatcher, can create some big difficulties. He's the head of that player at Pixel. Vast helmet actually saving him maybe that millimeter of the hitbox. Not actually viable to be shot by Pat. Burnt off a minute now, but Elevate sitting strong from Piano. Vast actually quite aggressive around the couches there in Piano.
Something we saw last night from the Habana Bun as well. Giving them the extra,
That's right.
the extra inch to bait out some shots here. And now they're kind of sick of it. Not going to be given anything just yet. And it comes now. God Legion needs to be careful as this push will come around this corner. He needs to hit that first shot. Otherwise, he's more than likely going to be overwhelmed there. Instead, he gets aggressive. And on that line, he's now completely backed away. Wildcard haven't been able to take a hell of a lot of ground yet.
Yeah, and he does a little bit of damage to Imarin there, and that's a big positive of Wamai and his loadout. So God Legion playing the Org, which is actually an attacker's weapon, means it has that higher damage, and you can take some pretty comfortable engagements because it's easy to chip away at that HP. Wildcard finally taking this piano control. They will enter. They've got less than a minute though. Haven't had any chance to work on the freezer wall or even that bathroom wall, which we see looks like Vast playing still quite aggressively in that position.
Unfortunate self-flash there. Team flash, rather. Vast with the shoddy. Come around that corner and you'll be welcomed with a unwanted gift. 30 seconds, Raven. This is getting down to the wire. Not a single player off the board for either team. Geo will find the opening though. Now comes a little bit more of an entrance point. Vast needs to be careful with Imorin holding that line. Ethan trying to take some shots. Only 15 seconds left here, Raven.
It is, and now they've got that long angle. But Worthy actually contests through freezer. Vast finds another one. Actually, all falling is Wildcard, leaving it straight up to Pat. He's going to have to go deep and find some picks. He completely whiffs on the Maestro. Elevate find themselves another round. Feels like another drought has been finally broken there, and could be the start of a comeback. Too early to call, though.
You definitely don't want to be making bold statements. It's hard not to when you see something like that, though. Wildcard just had such little time to make it work. They still weren't in piano with 45 seconds remaining, only just opening up freezer wall with 30 seconds remaining. Geez, you're not really given too much room to wiggle or move. So we'll head to reading and fireplace for the second round of Elevate's defense. Pulse, will it be six pick back onto the pulse? Will it be hidden? Looks like we're going to be bringing the Vigil in the end. Nope, you absolute troll. Why?
Yeah, I'm not sure the purpose of hiding the Maestro. Maybe trying to bait Wildcard and to bring one less soft breacher. Potentially, they could have baited Pat and taken the operator, but I don't think that was ever really going to happen. Regardless, Elevate will try to string 2 rounds together so they can form some kind of comeback. They did great with the explosive execute against Wildcard. Sometimes that can be tricky to deal with. It just happens all of a sudden, and it does come down to, of course, winning your gunfights. Elevate had great positioning there. One thing I really liked was Vast staying very passive and comfortable in the bathroom and allowing and trusting Red to cover him on that white hallway. And it meant they were able to get a 2K just between each other, putting them in a great position to win the round. What is going to be really critical here is, again, playing to the weakness of Wildcard in that time management being quite poor. If they can delay a lot of time on the vertical clear, they'll have a great opportunity to be able to close the round.
Very interesting to see whether this round will bring something different for Wildcard, a change of pace, maybe some early engagements. Regardless, in the opening duel category, which, I mean, look, we do put a fair bit of emphasis on. For obvious reasons, you don't really want to be going the man down too early, but it's been pretty even across the board. Both teams finding their fair share. Fast getting a tickle on the foot there, but will remain alive for now. God Legion, the last to remain on that top floor.
Just trying to abuse a bit of an angle that's tricky to push there from the skylight. You can't quite see it from either side, but he is quite deep. Got a player on Cocktail in digital to back him up. And so far, Wildcard have taken the time to track this out. Over a minute, they haven't entered piano. They've got the red stairs. Ethan on the window. He might try to enter now. Red below with the mute, so could play the C4 there. IQ can potentially scan out cameras or a pre-placed if it's there. Really going to come down to this next 40 seconds or so if Wildcard aren't able to obtain clean vertical control. Elevate will be sitting pretty for that final phase.
One thing's for sure, they've given up everything they needed to on that top floor, and just saying they're trying to grab that vertical potential, but how much a Wildcard knowing that there's no more pressure on that top floor. Seeing that they don't have the greatest clue, they do seem like they're playing quite defensively. Pat's still yet to come in, obviously cautious of a run out from maybe God Legion. Not going to be happening yet, so 50 seconds, Raven. Doesn't seem like a lot's happened, but Geo, it's a big opening.
Yeah, they have that vertical control now. 2 Elevate players have made their way towards the bottom of White Stairs. God Legion's sitting pretty, but Worthy actually going for a rotate. And this is where it's going to be really important that Wildcard have somebody watching, because actually all 5 are alive, especially late round. Oh my god, Emo just really marginally survived that C4. But with all 5 players up, nobody on a drone, right? And in really late round stages like this, you're probably going to want everybody focused on the plant. So this could be the opening here if a flank comes through.
Well, Ethan taking down Worthy. As you said, God Legion now starting to edge up a little bit further. He might be able to catch out Emo Ren. Doesn't look like... Oh, actually, in fact, he's been given it for free. Red will take down Diesel. God Legion massively steps up for Elevate. Oh, my word. How is the transfer on that, Raven?
That was nuts, and well played from them to close that out. Wildcard really did start to push into sight there, and it thought maybe they might have get the plant down, but perfectly timed was God Legion's push up White Stairs. As I was saying, Wildcard were too distracted on getting that plant down. They weren't watching that flank. They caught Worthy on the other side, and maybe that was part of Elevate's strat there. It was God Legion and Worthy looking to push together, but perhaps they timed it so that Worthy took the attention of Flank Watch to free it up for God Legion. Either way, it was well played by him. They're back within 2 rounds now, Rob. It's 2 rounds in a row, which is more than we can say for Elevate's efforts for most of the night.
That's for sure. I'm still nasty at God Legion there. Flicks for days. So we can move on from that and hopefully gain the momentum back into the favor of Elevate. We were saying it's been pretty lackluster, and it's now time for them to turn a new page in this chapter. Wildcard, will they allow them to continue to do so? Geo has opened up the last 2 rounds, and still they have lost. Not a great stat to look at when you're talking in that fashion, but when you're leaving it so late in the round, there's a lot of pressure. By the time you finally get that opening, it doesn't feel like you've been able to gain enough space.
Seeing some very different strats employed here onto this bomb site. Wildcard really played heavy castles and quite the heavy turtle. They had a player roam a little bit, but once they pushed away, it was more just aggressive positions based around that first floor. Whereas Elevator putting a lot of presence off and a bit more of a free-flowing strategy here. Reinforced hatch also the difference. Wildcard keeping that open for rotates. Going to be interesting to see how hard Wildcard push out this roam. I mean, most teams will take that vertical control, and they've got the sledge there ready to open up the floor, traditionally in train or dining, to put pressure into the kitchen and prep area.
3rd floor, not even touched by Elevate. Emo Rin will have full roam. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Knows full well that all of Elevate members are either on that 2nd floor or bottom floor, which it looks like they're not even interested in trying to contest at this point in time.
Just saw a cheeky little cam by Digital there. You can see that hole on the right side of train. He's thrown a camera onto that far wall on the west that Imarin not at all prepared for. And they're getting a lot of intel right now on how this vertical play is going to pan out. Without pings, I just would not expect Emo to peak there. So as long as they stay disciplined here, they're going to be able to have all of the intel on the sledge and potentially connect to C4.
Imarin quite cautious of this, but I mean, that's so much intel that they're able to gain. Imarin still not spotting it out. Trying to walk around freely as well.
I think he just got it.
Sooner or later it was about time, and now Wildcard will look to make a bit more of a prolonged attack. Pat taking down Worthy. Once again, a good start, but if history serves correct, wait and see.
Yeah, they're clearing this wall utility now, which means that they can actually open that bakery wall, which is a big pressure point. So with that going open, will set Wildcard up for a pretty comfortable execute. Prep wall also opened by Diesel, so that allows him to hold that long angle with the rotate of that double window. Emo finds another off. It's just red, which means that Wildcard will have quite a strong man advantage coming into the final 35 seconds to the execute. They've really set themselves up here to be able to secure this round. It's going to come down to how Elevate can deny the plant.
They expect a digital in the corner. Yep, 100%. Pat checks it, clears it, on to the next. Ooh. Like a domino effect, Raven. Entirety of Elevate fall down on a flawless round for Wildcard.
Really solid round from Wildcard, and Elevate had some good stuff early round, but just didn't contest anything until Wildcard had all the control they needed to be able to hold on to it. So that means Wildcard have secured themselves at least another point, and Elevate are facing a situation they definitely won't be happy with, and that is at best getting 1 point out of this series. Considering how they played against Wildcard last season in the Pro League, they actually secured 4 points against them, so this is looking to be reverse of what we saw in Season 10. So that's definitely not something Elevate are going to be happy about, and considering what we saw from Wildcard last night, I am quite surprised with how this has been going.
Attackers need to locate and
Right
defuse
now,
bombs.
I believe, I will just confirm with you, because I actually think that TBD are 1 point ahead of Elevate, if not actually smack bang on the money. TBD are 1 point ahead of Elevate, so right now a draw is actually crucial for the attack, rather than the defending side, because the last thing you really want to be doing is heading to a position where you're on equal matches with TBD and the round down, rather the point down. So we are tooth and nail coming back and forth. As you were touching on, it's in the season past, Elevate narrowly
Attackers are moving out to
escaping
locate a bomb and defuse
and
it.
getting, I don't want to say shafted, but unlucky.
Yeah. That, and also actually, it's worth pointing out, as you said, TBD would be 1 point ahead of Elevate if they can't secure the draw tonight. And in fact, Elevate's final match for the season is against none other than TBD. So that placement position there between where they finish can come down to that final match. It also depends on how both of them match up against Fnatic, because they both have Fnatic to play.
I was going to say, next week is so nice, Raven.
Very spicy.
Oh, TBD and Elevate both have Fnatic on the cards. And then it comes to a sweet conclusion, Raven. You just can't write scripts like this, my friend. Elevate. Oh, hey, Vast. How you doing?
Very
We have a
aggressive
moment to
position
talk
there.
about our Lord and Savior.
Oh, no way! You just don't lose those, man.
bad.
Oh no, yeah, that's unfortunate there, and that's an early pick too. They're going to get a lot of piano control. They'll drone this out, they can take that swiftly. Digital does have a nice little peek hole from the bathroom, which could slow them down, but that's a big pick to get so early. I was about to say, if history repeats itself in the rounds, Elevate would win the next two, and we would see it all come down to how they hold Kitchen in a 5-6 situation. But things have changed dramatically now with that opening pick and allowing them to get the control. Digital does peek out. Maybe ill-advised on that one, though. And look, it's 3 versus 4. Time management better here, though, for Wildcard.
Maestro and the Mozzie swapped out for the Zofia. Now all that remains, 3 players to stand up against Wildcard. Minus a 1 Pat. Ethan now clearing out. Even further information that Elevate can continue to press and put the attention more back onto the Talbar. Playing with fire there for Elevate, but they're going to have to do something. 45 seconds. Wildcard have been clawing away so far.
They have, and Elevate are going to have to do something as well, because they can't just let Wildcard take the control and start to get a plant down. Emo Rin, ooh, that's an aggressive push from Ethan, and maybe not so great, because not refraggable. That means that Elevate will have an even man advantage to try counter the execute. Red is below with the shotgun, so if they have the intel, he can deny. Looks like Wildcard are going to go for this execute, pushing deep here, Rob.
Elevate, unfortunately, just falling apart at the last second. believe he's on top of the bar as well, so even if he tries to C4 that, no, it doesn't connect. Okay, I did not think that that was going to connect for a second, but Red's going to continue to push up this stair. And 1 versus 2, he's narrowed down the margins. I don't know if they know exactly where his position is. He's been able to push quite far on site. Unfortunately, it's little but an inch that gives him away. And the second he walks around that car, another bar, Wildcard will finish him off. And with that, the series, 2 wins on the back for Wildcard.
That's really big. We had a lot of scrutiny on Wildcard coming into this, and in fact, you could say we were even talking about it like we had them written off. They played quite poorly against TBD. They did manage to get a draw, at least in that second map. But regardless, it didn't look great. And even the way that Flux, their coach, was talking, didn't sound like he had they had massive expectations of themselves on how they would finish. But this has been a really strong performance, keeping Elevate to 2 rounds on the first map and 3 on the second is a pretty big deal.
Certainly is, and Emo Rin coming in the frag department anyway, quite large, 13 and 3 or something across those lines. Yep. So a huge step up from yesterday's matches, and I don't need to reiterate what you've just said there, because night and day, it is completely different what we've just seen. Elevate, we can ask the questions. What happened? Did Wildcard just outplay you? What are the issues here? What has gone into this? Is it the fact that, like you were saying very early on in the night, I don't know if most viewers would remember, the fact that you were alluding to the fact that it's hard to do research on Wildcard. Yeah, sure, they just played 6 Invitational. They've played more recently than what we've seen from Elevate, but that's not really a lot to go off.
Yeah, and it's not. And I mean, there were some things that are still similar Wildcard in the way that they play, but there were also some changes. And I mean, the fact that Pat and Gio were picking up actually quite a few frags in the series tonight means that they're playing quite aggressive roles, which is not what Derp and Neo were doing. They weren't playing really aggressive roles. Derp was playing more of that hard support, sometimes a bit of a flex.
Yep.
Neo played flex support as well, a lot of Thatcher. So I think quite different there in terms of the playstyle. Again, that really leads towards the fact that Wildcard probably have been difficult to prepare for Elevate.
Difficult to prepare would be probably the very least to say. I think, I can't even remember what the end of that scoreline was, 7-3.
Yeah.
So 5 rounds in 2 maps from Elevate when we came into this, pretty much solidly found that Elevate was going to be walking away with at least one of these series tonight, if not both. It's just, it does feel bad for Elevate, especially in their position in this season.
For sure, and I mean, I keep talking, or I was just talking a lot about the difficult to prepare for Wildcard side of it, but I don't want to take away from the fact that both Wildcard played really well, and Elevate just didn't. There seemed to be a lot of mistakes there. I noticed quite a few things that seemed like they were communication issues, which unfortunately we don't really know because we don't hear the comms, but things like positions not called out in a couple of those clutches, really crucial. I mean, we talked about in that first half, it could have been at one stage 3-1 in favor of Elevate. It was 2 clutches from Wildcard that changed their stars, and they managed to get even another one on top of that. So half of their defense round wins on Cafe were just 1vx situations.
And that's the whole point right now, is there were opportunities, right? We're not sitting here saying that Elevate were just completely outplayed, because it does come down to small minor details in these rounds, and not being able to close them out has really cost Elevate. Even that 1v3 with Gio that he was able to clutch out at the end of that first half in the first map, that still could have changed completely the way that we were looking at it. We were looking at, you know, a 3-3 half, and it's crazy how much the mind just kind of shifts when it goes from 3-3 to 4-2. All of a sudden, there's a lot more pressure on you, and hats off to Wildcard, and hats off to Gio in particular on that map, obviously being able to bring that one back, but it does take a certain amount of confidence to do what they've been able to.
Yeah, and I think that also points towards another thing that Flux only said in passing last night in the interview, but he actually verbalized the pressure's off for us. I think that makes a huge difference when you play out these officials, and against teams like Elevate and Fnatic that they're going to have coming up, just not feeling that perceived pressure because essentially they're looking to rebuild can actually make you play much better.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a big factor in what we saw from Wildcard.
Well, Elevate had a fair bit of pressure coming into this.
Yeah.
Fortunately enough, we have Vast ready on the line to talk to us. Vast, how are you, mate? We spoke with you just before the matchup. Unfortunately, you haven't been able to get across the line today. How are you feeling after that one? Coming into this, everyone probably would have been more expecting Elevate to come away with this.
Yeah, very disappointed. Just didn't feel like we played like ourselves today. Just way too many simple mistakes that Wildcard capitalized on. But yeah, very disappointed.
Yeah, one thing we talked a bit about on the desk was whether some of that might have come down to the fact Wildcard could have potentially been a bit tricky to prepare for, given that their playstyle might have changed a lot with their new roster, and we didn't see them play until last night. So was that really a factor in how tonight panned out?
Yes and no. They did play very similar as they played last night. We kind of expected the same kind of play style, a lot of aggression, like smart aggression and flanking where they need to flank and just stuff like that. But yeah.
And going to more focus on you guys, was there something in particular within your team that you felt was letting you down? Some things I thought were maybe some communication issues or something that wasn't being called out efficiently. Can you give us some insight into what was happening within Elevate?
Yeah, I'd say definitely communication was the biggest thing today. As you were saying before, a lot of things were just miscalled, especially certain flanks. You know, we received wrong callouts for them that, you know, Wildcard were able to punish us for that.
Yeah.
And just some decision making as well, maybe doing the wrong, adapting the wrong way. Yeah, I feel like those two were definitely the biggest part.
Yeah.
Now, it is bad news for tonight. However, you still have the rest of the season to go. How are you feeling in terms of what you've got? You've still got, you know, some pretty big matches next week in Fnatic and TBD.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to let it get to our heads. It's obviously disappointing, but we're just going to watch the game back, try to fix. We know the issues that we made. They're very simple, and that's just the process. Is obviously games like this are going to happen. We're just going to watch the game back, try to fix our simple mistakes, and kind of forget about tonight and go into next week with a clear mind.
Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Unfortunate that tonight didn't go the way you planned, but however, I must admit, it is great to see you with the Elevate organisation. Would you like to say anything to the fans out there, maybe even the org owner themselves?
Yeah, just appreciate the support as always. We've had a lot of people that have, you know, continued to support us from Oddity now to Elevate, and now with Elevate we have even more fans as well. And yeah, just thanks to Elevate for picking us up. This is an opportunity that we've been wanting for a very long time. Where we're just going to work hard and stick around for next week. And we're definitely going to put in a lot of work for next week's games.
Beautiful. Love to hear the enthusiasm, mate. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah. Cheers, guys.
Fella.
Yeah, I mean, it was good to see they have some clear determination. They identified what was going wrong, and it already sounds like they're working towards just moving past it, not letting it carry on.
It's great to hear that. It's obvious. I mean, really hurts to see players come on and be so disheartened with the performance. It's very clear that Vast is not happy with the result, not happy with how they performed, but still at the end of the day, it's great to hear that they're still just looking forward to the rest of this season. Only 2 teams to play left, and they're 2 of the top teams at the moment. They're the top 2 teams. And it's just good to hear that overall, it's still okay on that ship. They're not disappointed, but they're not disheartened.
Yeah, and it shows you have to be really perfect, I guess, towards the end of the season here in the position of Elevate, given the stature of the opponents they're against. If they'd made similar mistakes like tonight against some of their other opponents, maybe they could have gotten away with some of them. Maybe some of those clutch rounds still would have gone in their favor, even with communication issues. But against the good teams, they're going to be able to capitalize on that and exploit it and punish you far more frequently. So they have to do a lot of work to tighten it up, because there's not a lot of time between their matches next week.
And that is 100% what we had spoken about last night, which was the good versus the great, right? It really does differ. You can beat a good team by having issues. However, when you're coming up against one of the best teams, and make no mistake, no matter how bad the results have been for Wildcard, no matter how bad it was last night for them, they are still an incredible team and should be given the utmost respect, because this is what happens. You can start to see them claw it back, and I don't know, do you feel like this could be a new leaf for them?
It's definitely the start of that. I mean, now they've got something to latch on to that's positive, because they had difficult performances the first half. They had a really poor performance, there's no other way to say it, at Six Invitational. They had a poor performance last night, and now finally they've had a dominant performance against a good team that's been in form most of this season. So they can latch onto that, and it's really going to lay a foundation for them to just move up from.
And it is stepping stones. It is constantly getting better and better. We were worried last night that it was the Band-Aid fix, the Band-Aid method that we see quite often, which is just kind of slapping it on and hoping that things continue to either just progress through and just, you trek through the season, or whether it's an ability to actually adapt to your environment. And with how many, with the teams that they have to play, the fact that Fnatic were up against TBD last night, Elevate tonight, and then Fnatic next week, I really do think it's a testament to how far they've come just in this really short period of time.
Absolutely. And another thing that you were speaking a lot about at the start of the night, about the format and the best of ones, or the double best of ones in a single night, we said it would highlight when you're having an off night. And that's really what's bit Elevate in the behind tonight, is just they had a bad night, comms were off, and it's lost them 2 maps.
It's devastating.
Yeah.
It's absolutely devastating. It's not devastating for one team.
No.
That, of course, is Wildcard. Let's hear from Silix on what he thought. Silix, welcome back. It's good to see you again after maybe an hour or so. How are you feeling after that? It's a very good performance, mate.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. It's nice to finally put some solid wins under our belt. We played a lot better tonight compared to last night, so that's promising that we're on the up.
Yeah, I want to ask, is there something in particular that's switched between last night and tonight? Because obviously it's only 24 hours difference. Was there something that's made a dramatic improvement within the team?
Like last night, could have been some nerves with 2 of our new players, Gio and Jono. I mean, not Gio, Jono's Gio. Gio and Pat. Tonight, they were much more relaxed. Compared to last night, the comms were quite panicky. Today, much clearer. Some key things that I noticed were like mid-round adaptations and micromanagement just before executes were like right on the ball. So that really helped tonight.
For sure. I want to ask too, did Paul Flux get shafted when you lose for interviews and you just get the winning interviews? Is that how it's set up here?
Well, maybe it should do it like that. No, last night I couldn't actually do it.
Okay.
Sorry to everyone who wanted to see my beautiful mug.
Yeah, we definitely missed it.
Yeah, we certainly did. Now, we're going to move on from this week and think about next week. How are you feeling coming up against Fnatic? Do you feel like you're going to match up quite well, or is this a game that you're a little worried about?
It's going to be a pretty good match. Like, their playstyle seems completely different compared to when they had, who'd they even have recently? My brain's just, Virtue. Oh my god.
Silix, no!
Yeah. It's been a long day, okay? Haven't seen him play since they've lost Virtue. Aces is back. Great support player. There's like no real pressure on us, as Flux said last night, and you guys said just before. There's no land to make this time round. We're just gonna go in positive, work on like our game, and see how we go.
Beautiful. Any final words?
No, just shout out to everyone who's like still supporting us. Props to all you guys, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys, playing for you guys again next week.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Silix. We'll see you next week.
See you, boys.
A little bit better from the last night's interview, a little bit more positive, a little bit more upbeat.
Yeah.
Which unfortunately kind of stitches up Flux a little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, but to Flux's credit though, he was in a good mindset last night. The way
Yep.
he explained things and the insight he gave us was really valuable.
Yep.
I think especially just knowing their mindset about the pressure they're feeling for the rest of the season, or lack of, in fact, I think is a really key thing here. And Silex said it was actually a big factor for them coming into tonight. Pat and Gio not feeling the pressure meant that their comms were just much better and they played more comfortably.
And that can sometimes be the difference between winning and losing, is just that comfort zone. And it is good to hear that and see. It was very clear to see tonight that both Gio and Pat, they almost felt at home. I mean, map 1 was just unbelievable to see how they performed. And the fact that we could see that backed up in map number 2, really positive signs.
Yeah, it really was positive signs because they were struggling last night, and obviously not just in comms, but on the scoreboard, 2 players that can get those high frags, like exactly what we saw tonight, just weren't hitting their shots or getting the frags at all. So now that they've made the impacts, wildcard actually are looking quite strong, and if they can really build from this, I think it's probably not too long before we'll see them really climbing back towards the top of ANZ.
There is a small chance that after this season we will see them climb back to the top. But for now, we're going to go to a short break on the other side. It'll be Fury and Kanga. Don't go anywhere.
Attackers are activating bomb diffuser. Attackers need to protect the user. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. 15 seconds remaining. Attackers bomb diffuser. 10 seconds to go. Operate. Attackers drop diffuser. 10 seconds remaining. Seconds remaining. Drop the bomb diffuser.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. Dream like me, and you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams out lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me.
We've hit the midway point. We are now done and dusted with Elevate and Wildcard. Rob J. Monday and Raven, we're here to bring you what will be Kanga and Fury now. Before we move away from that series completely, is there anything you would like to bring back and rope the viewers into before we move?
I think Elevate maybe just had a bit of an off night. That's what Vast has kind of alluded to at least. So I think hang on to your seat for what happens next week because they're big games.
Yep.
And of course teams like them won't be taking it lightly. And on the other hand, Wildcard, they look like they're building into some comfort and keep an eye on them as well.
Yeah, they've just been chipping away. It's really interesting that the top 4 teams still have to play each other now. I love that dynamic. I am so happy that that's the way it's worked out, and the fact that Fnatic still, with 3 matches to play next week, are going to have to fight tooth and nail. It's not going to be an easy chance for them to just go all the way and win it this time. There is serious implications to what these last couple of matches bring. Now I can bring it back down and we can start to kind of digest what Fury and Kanga have to bring. This is a bit of a lower of the table clash. Probably, I don't know whether it's fair to say that Kanga should be sitting on the very bottom, but I said that about Sinister last night and they came out and just absolutely stole the show.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts heading into this?
I mean, Kanga have had some good performances. In fact, they drew with Fnatic on Bank, which is not in the map pool anymore, and I believe the only points Kanga has received in the season so far has been on Bank.
Yep.
They have also had some roster changes. In the break, initially Unit had moved off of the roster, but now he is back on the roster given the fact they lost Pat and Worthy. And the other player they have replaced is Spruce. Spruce has come onto the roster.
Spruce the Moose.
Spruce the Moose. Everyone will potentially remember Spruce as part of the Fury roster last season. And here he is on Kanga. So keep an eye out for those players. And we're not really sure, again, how this lineup is going to play out. 2 players being shuffled can make dramatic changes. Not sure whether they'll keep the same structure or maybe they'll play loosey-goosey.
Loosey-goosey, hey? I'd love to see that, but I'm sure if you watch Season 10, you need no introduction to Spruce. Sorry, I just need to make that perfectly clear. An interesting character in this scene nonetheless, and he is going up against his old team of Fury. Let's have a look at the roster that is now Fury, Shade, Warden, Rock, Sushi, and Golden. Does this mean we are seeing Sushi play in place for Muesli?
Muesli, yes. He is stepping in for Muesli for this match, and again, their roster's been relatively stable throughout the season. I mean, Sushi has been a part of the roster for a little while in a sub and potentially support staff role there. Knowing how the team plays helps when you slot in for matches. So we'll see what Fury can bring out. They've had some pretty good results against some good teams. Again, they've taken it to Wildcard earlier in the season.
They did.
They had some close matches against Fnatic But regardless, they're trying to get some more points here to do justice to maybe how they feel they've been performing.
When you actually look at how well Fury have done, I mean, I shouldn't say it surprises me, but 7-5 a win against Wildcard, then a 6-6 draw. And like you were reiterating, the Fnatic games were both close, 4-7 and 5-7. It's also the win against TBD on Villa 7-3 that kind of stands out to me. So Fury only have the 3 lesser teams left in this season. They could still make a late surge toward that top 4. We don't know yet.
Yeah, they could. And I mean, the top 4 maybe not as open as it could have been if Elevate had taken points off Wildcard. That
Very
does
true.
really edge Wildcard up above 5th place. But hey, if you pull out 6 points tonight as Fury, and they're currently on 7, gets them a bit closer. And there's a chance Wildcard just won't get points next week.
Yep.
They could be able to bring it back. Who knows?
Well, there is a huge potential in that because they're only up against Fnatic. But anyway, let's continue on with this matchup in particular. Let's have a look at the Veto, where we head for today's storyline, today's match. And I was going to say, I have a feeling that maybe Villa might have been something a little bit higher up, but we are going to be headed to Border. I have not cast Border in the ANZ region for a very long time.
And it is not popular at all in ANZ. And I mean, maybe that's the blessing for some teams with Theme Park coming in, is it means that their focus of insta-banning goes to that.
Yep.
And it means Border will slip through a little bit. And some of these teams have historically been good at Border, but because so many teams ban it out, it just doesn't get a chance to be played. So we will see it here. And some of the new operators can breathe a little bit of extra life into Border. We saw Pittsburgh Knights play it in the first half of the season. And they actually did bring some new strats with a Goyo Frostkinda combo. Be interesting to see what these teams will bring.
I'm still just looking at Theme Park and where it was banned out in the second phase. That interests me a little bit, the fact that maybe Kanga could have let it slip through one more and have banned something different out. But that's okay. We're still going to end up at the same result, I feel. And Border's going to be a very interesting one. I'm just going to have a very quick look. No, so we have not seen Fury play Border at all. Is that correct? Yeah, we haven't seen a Border matchup on Fury. So not for Pro League anyway. That's not to say that they haven't played it previously. But this could bring that... It's always that break in the middle that just kind of... It does separate the season completely.
Yep.
And what one team did in the first half does not necessarily mean it's going to be mirror imaged, and we've seen that literally in the past 2 nights with both Wildcard and Sinister performing the way they did. So man, I'm strapping in for a big one here.
Yeah, and I think especially when you've got such a long split, it allows teams to work on their insta-bans and actually get some strats for it, and you can use that into your, again, Veto phase to catch off some teams when you come back. And maybe that's what we're seeing from one of them here. Potentially one of them thought that Border would be banned out much earlier. Maybe it was being baited out.
Yep.
But it's here.
That's it. It's here, and now we're going to prepare for what will be a fiery matchup. It's a clash of 2 teams that are currently only 3 points apart. So Kanga obviously being the bottom team in this instance. And not just the bottom team in this instance, the bottom team on the ladder. They have a lot to prove, and I feel like Spruce coming back into that roster does not by any means revitalize anything. A little bit of a Spruce fan here. Generally because he's just a nice guy. Doesn't mean he's very good at Siege. That's right. Clip it.
Ooh.
Send it to him. Ouch. Then again, like, I'm shocking. So I guess, you know, my reputation is on the line here. It's just his. I
Jeez,
can
Rob.
banter with him all I like. All of a sudden, I've turned into Valley and I'm just attacking him. Why
Where's the
not?
trash can?
Damn it.
Unbelievable.
I need to get a photo of Spruce and just throw it in. Please. That would be way too entertaining for myself.
Oh, man. Yeah, look, Spruce coming in I think is a really interesting inclusion for Kanga because he has played Pro League before, so he will inject some kind of experience in for them. He even played for Fury on a LAN environment at 6 Masters last year at MEO, Melbourne Esports Open. So all that experience can help a team like Kanga who are debuting in Pro League this season. Obviously, they have played out that first half, so they've got a little bit of, you know, Pro League under their belt.
Yep.
But all that extra experience will help.
I do think that it will be a nice merge when they kind of come together here, because I remember speaking to Spruce and, you know, there were reasons why he needed to leave the roster previously, and some for personal commitments, but some also to try and change things up in his play style. And I genuinely think that when players do, you know, kind of take a step back and come back into the scene, there's almost like a new vision on how the game should be played. And this isn't, I'm not just talking specific Rainbow Six, I'm talking across all esports. taking a step back and having a break at this level of the game, it always seems to change, one, the mindset, and two, very much the play style and how they ebb and flow throughout the match.
I think that's important too, that those players that do take a break and come back allow their mindset or allow their vision of how things are played to change, because you can't take time off, come back, and be like, no, this is how it worked when I played, so that's what we should do. It's not how it works. Like, things develop, things change, and especially in Rainbow, bringing in new operators every 3 months. Metas will shift, map pools change, teams work.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Theme park's in, right?
Yeah.
I'm still looking forward to the day that we get a theme.
I hope we get it.
I don't know whether we will. Maybe.
I hope we do.
I kind of feel like it'll take like a Kanga Sinister match for something like that to happen.
Maybe.
Where we see a theme park, even a Fury Kanga. Come on, guys. Second map, please. If you're listening right now, please, for the love of God, bring out theme park. I want to see it played competitively. But we can start to make a bit more of a centered conclusion with how this one's going to go. Fury have had some very good results against the top team. Kanga have drawn with Fnatic. The other games aren't really so much to write home about. Actually, no. Yeah, that's a huge lie. I looked at that in the wrong way.
It's a close game, though.
Yeah, they beat Wildcard 7-5. So each of these teams have taken it to the top teams, and I think TBD, a similar and close result for Kanga. It was 4-7 on both occasions. So actually, when you kind of match these teams up, they are very even in score lines.
Yeah, they are, and I mean, they're not really separated that much on the ladder. It's 3 points at the moment that really separates them. Kanga were in 7th place until last night, with Sinister finally getting some points.
Yep.
So if they want to try and stay ahead of that bottom place, they will have to, of course, take at least one map against Fury tonight. And Fury, of course, if they want to try and stay in touch with the top 4,
yep,
they're going to be hunting points. I think both teams are feeling very even at the moment, and both are evenly fighting for something.
Yes.
I think that really is mixing for a good series here.
We've set the expectations. Now I need your expectation on how this map's going to go. How is Border going to go? Are we going to be putting it more toward Kanga or more toward Fury?
I am actually really torn. I'm probably going to go more towards Fury. I think that their playstyle is probably favored on Border.
Yep.
But we haven't seen how Kanga will go with this 5. Like, it's quite a big change for them.
Okay, so you're going a little bit more toward Fury as their map pick. Let's see what you guys thought at home. Believe that it might even echo. Yes, there we go. So I feel that is a pretty decent end result from the community vote. I feel that does kind of maybe a little bit more toward Kanga, but I'm still pretty happy with that.
I think that is probably the most reflective of any community poll to match up that we've probably ever seen. I think that's exactly how it is. It could definitely be a draw. Like I said, I'm really edging towards Fury, but Kanga have this real essence of unknown based on how their roster has changed, and they have had some good performances in the first half against good teams, so they could show up.
And that's the beautiful thing about this right now, is they could just do a Sinister. Regardless of the results that Sinister had. Sinister had some close results in the first half, but never got more than one draw. This could be a time for all of these bottom teams to really show up and make it a tooth and nail kind of fight, because at the end of the day, Raven, you said, they're all fighting for something. It may not be the top 4 placing that maybe Fury might be going for example. They are still somewhat in a possible realm to do that, but it's still a game that has stakes involved. Both of these teams have a lot of pride and, well, quite a lot on the line. So let's have a look how this is going to unfold. We head to Border at number 1.
We will head to Border, and as you said, it feels quite strange to be casting Border. I honestly can't think of the last time that I casted a Border game. Probably was that Pittsburgh Knights match, actually, and I think that's the only one for the season. Wait and see what the operator bans will bring and how that will affect this map. No real standardized meta within ANZ.
I just saw the small little spruce comment, and it's already taken me off. Poor Sushi, what has he ever done? Thermite off the board in that hard breacher. We will now see where Fury decide to put their eggs. What basket will it be? Will it be a Thatcher? Will it be a soft breacher? Will it be a roam clip?
Flank watch.
Or a flank watch, sorry.
Flank watch.
That made no sense whatsoever.
It's valuable, actually. I like the Nomad ban because I mean, there's a lot of ways to flank around on border, and runouts, of course, is a big characteristic of border. So putting air jabs in those positions can just make it a lot more comfortable and not possible. I mean, a big one is a lot of window jump outs, and they're much harder to counter air jabs on because you can't try and edge peek to shoot the air jab. You're vaulting out, and then you're stuck. So I like the Nomad ban, and it will mean that the defense can play a little more freely.
Maestro and Mirror now being taken out for those last bans. And the only time I think I've really seen Mirror being left in was pretty much 2 matches ago, and it was used to full effect, so obviously still teams are not really interested in playing the what seemed to be quite a fair amount of trickery on that defensive side. It really does almost change the entire way that you look at a map when that mirror's up. It's just so much more dangerous.
Yeah, it requires just so much more coordination to clear. If they've got wall denial on it, you can't just simply use your Habana charges. You'll have to use utility, whether that's an EMP grenade or vertical play. And even if there's not wall denial, sometimes it can be tricky to get in a position to open the mirror or clear the mirror. Twitch isn't always reliable to get in and pop the canister. So it's just easier for a lot of teams to ban out the mirror and not worry about that. Of course, Armory is the first bomb site being played by Kanga here on the defense. Very much the favorite, and a lot of teams have started to develop a bathroom tellers defense for border. It wasn't always the meta in ANZ, but definitely globally, bathroom tellers is getting a lot more play. So I'm really curious to see whether these teams have developed something for that.
Well, it does seem as though sometimes we do have the, well, actually, to be fair, more often than not, especially on maps like Coastline, we seem to be like 3-4 months behind the curve sometimes. So who knows? Spruce looking, go ahead and eat that belt cam out and check for any other drones that may be hanging about. Will this come out too little too late? I feel like they're going to be able to see that, and it should pretty much be shot instantly.
Yeah, I gotta feel like Shade would have heard that land. He's probably gonna try and find it. Oh, what a beautiful grenade from Shade. Perfectly cooked onto Spruce. Not even a chance for him to use those cams for the run out. I was gonna say, there's an old clip going around of Spruce. I'm pretty sure there's an MEO of him playing Valkyrie. And I was almost gonna say, Spruce,
oh, no.
Great to see him back, but maybe keep him off the Valkyrie. And you know what, here he is. But he didn't get a chance to do anything with it, as Shade did shut him down, and it means Fury are very swiftly taking CCTV, security room, which means that that's a lot of map control for this push, and it's going to give Kanga a lot to deal with for the next 2 minutes.
Fury not wasting too much time and taking a fair bit of that control. Security now, Warden.
Attackers have located a bomb.
For a second looked like he was going to edge a little bit closer, but pulls off the line. And Rock with a fair bit of control, obviously having the pre-prepped line. Wayne Man will walk directly into it, maybe even try and engage, and it's not going to go right at all. Kanga has fallen apart here in round number 1. And so far, they're yet to even tickle Fury.
Yeah, really trying to play it aggressive is Kanga. Maybe that opening frag just means that they're trying to just claw it back and not sit and take it. Fury are poised to essentially try and get a plant down. They've got that armory wall open, considering it was left soft by Kanga. There are only 2 defenders, 1 caught off, trying to rotate. This could potentially be a flawless round for Fury here, Rob.
Boats with the Hail Mary drive-by and finished off. I don't know whether Kanga got 1 shot onto Fury there. And that's not the way you want to be starting the second leg of Pro League.
No, that won't feel good. Not at all. They're just going to have to shake that off and try and bring this back. Makes me wonder whether this has really played into Fury. They looked super comfortable attacking that. Absolutely read everything Kanga were doing perfectly, and Kanga just had no answer. I mean, look, it's only been 1 round. So let's not write Kanga off just yet. They can have a chance to adapt, and they're going to one and done with bomb site. They're going to go straight to vents. They're not going to try it again.
Well, at least they learnt their lesson. I guess that's the main takeaway for us. Sometimes we do see a lot of teams just continue, and it's
Need to locate and
there is a point you need to make that call and start going, okay, well, That's just not working anymore, but good to see we're not going to need any such warning. Setting up for the upstairs room as well. Ensuring that they don't get those vertical lines early.
Yep, verticality, oof, hard to say, is very important on border, especially 4th floor. So they've got Shade to do just that, and potentially some breach charges on these other operators, but either way, Shade will be the primary operator to do so. Wayne Man looking like he might be playing up here in Armory to contest. Unit staying along with him as Legion, just to slow down the push. They've put a lot into Armory, which might mean that Fury push from the east across through Office. We'll see what they decide to do here. In fact, they might not even push vertically at all. Looks like double entry in towards Passport.
Such Kanga not too eager to take those very early round engagements, not this time anyway. As they start to clear out, Sushi will undoubtedly hear the footsteps of Unit now. Shade just going to catch the backside, but not be able to capitalize off any of it. Maybe just some spray and pray, hope that something connects on the end of it, but nothing will. And with that, it's not for naught. Nothing gained, nothing lost in the end.
Unit just playing some bullet holes there at the top of metal stairs, looks like, through Fountain. We're going to have to be careful because that is hard to spot. If they cross, we'll be caught off guard. Kanga looked pretty spread out. We did see Spruce playing down in Customs there, and a nice shot from Unit does catch Shade off guard with the bullet holes. So, much better start here for Kanga.
Kanga decides to step away for a small second. Leb now might have to deal with 2 players depending on whether they decide to push a little bit deeper. Doesn't look like there's really going to be any nuisance. Oh, wow. Boat's nearly getting caught out. Warden will find Spruce. Now an eye for an eye. Kanga seemed pretty free in running around. Well, nicely done, Warden.
Shot himself in the face, stunned his teammate. He's doing well. Looks Spruce maybe a little too aggressive there in Custom. He could have played that much more passive and used it more so for a flank. They didn't seem overly aware of his position. It was a nice shot from Warden to take him out, and another nice shot from Rock there. So Fury bringing this back. Kanga now in a man disadvantage in his final 50 seconds, and that just continues.
Kanga just seemed to be walking out into the open for Fury. That's 3 kills that have come just without really any hesitation. And again, onto the same line that we saw one of their teammates die. Unit walks directly into Rock's crosshair. Every day of the week you're hitting that. And I feel like that was almost a free round for Fury after the work that was done so early on from Kanga.
Yeah, it was a good start. They played nice and patient. They got that entry pick from a good spot from Unit using the bullet holes. And then I feel like they just tried to make too much happen. Peeking out, trying to get those frags, maybe just trying to stay unpredictable. But Fury were ready for it. They had their angles held, and at that stage I just don't think it was worth it. Better to conserve and try and calculate that later round, because the other thing is, when it's early round, that's when attacks are more ready for repositioning, flanks, aggressive plays. When it's late round and there's more emphasis on the plant, that sometimes can fall by the wayside.
Yeah.
So it's about calculating it, timing it, and just seeing when it looks like the attack is in that vulnerable position.
Yep. Capitalizing on situations, and we will see them reattempting up in toward the archives and Armory, but there was very, very little success. It all started on the back of a Kobe from Shady, from downtown as well, if I might add. Poor Spruce on the receiving end after receiving some earlier banter. I don't think he's really going to be getting away from this one too early. But prep phase now done and dusted. Rotates being made for Kanga. And once again, it looks like we're going to see something similar towards security.
I mean, look, just quickly looking at the scores, Shade is the only one that has died from Fury. I mean, it's been 2 rounds. But that second round was pretty much also another flawless. Quick entries from Fury, just catching Kanga completely off guard. And I'm not sure whether this is all just beautiful droning from Fury, catching Kanga off guard, or Kanga just completely unaware of what Fury's doing. Either way, Fury are very much in control of this match so far. It's starting to feel like Kanga are going to struggle to even get around. It's early, but that's how it feels at the moment, Rob.
Yeah, we were trying to find ways to build the storyline for Kanga here, because right now this is not promising whatsoever. And unfortunately for them, maybe fortunately for Fury, everything that Fury has done just completely has shut out this defender side. Again, the only kill that has come is from Unit, and that was the opening kill of last round. And then from there, everything crumbled. Everyone was caught out in the open trying to cross. Shady still hunting for another kill there. This time, Spruce stands strong.
Finding that also a little bit strange, having Spruce on the dock on the bottom floor by himself. I guess to deny the vertical play from Shade, and he's done just that by actually fragging him out. But if Shade hadn't pushed that, it would have had very little effect, and even his teammates on site that might have needed some stims couldn't have expected them. Kanga are fighting back here. They've picked up a couple of kills. They've got a strong man advantage now, which is not a position they were familiar with. And all of a sudden, it's up to Warden, Rob.
That very quickly fizzled out. Warden, absolutely no clue where to look, and will be stabbed in the back by Spruce. And Kanga now get to play with at least another round here. No, okay. That didn't just happen, did it?
Oh,
no. Oh well, take it as it comes. Take it as you please. Ventilation and Workshop is where we head next.
Well, that was much better from Kanga, and maybe a little sloppy from Fury. Again, I'm not too sure. Downstairs, did Shade really need to push Spruce? I don't know. He wasn't going to be able to deny plants or anything like that from down there. You could have potentially kept him at bay. But regardless, Kanga starting to fight back, and we'll see how they deal with Vents and how Fury will adapt to what Kanga pulled out on that last round.
Spruce sticking to the pulse rather than the vigil. And look, fair enough. They step up strong in the third round, regardless of how they do so. Fury got pretty much demolished at that point. And now we're rocking around with some kills. Now we can't point to that and say what is going on. And looking like similar from where Wayne Man was set before on that castle.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, last time on this defense, Kanga really just were peaking too much too early, and Fury were capitalizing on that. If they can just have a little bit more control, play a bit more of a delay game here, they'll have a much better chance. And Fury, of course, just need to continue to be thorough, because they were, you know, a bit out of rest on that last round. They really did finally get some frags. Fury not looking to push the vertical play, which is a little more common on this bomb site, but not something they want to do. Another early frag coming out here. These opening kills are coming really quick, and it's Leb from Kanga finding this one.
Bit of revenge. In the last round, it was Shady that managed to find Leb, so it's only fitting. Spruce, just with some more information, I'm sure he'll want to back away now. Rock has well and truly sent it in, so further control for Fury as they start to claim a little bit more of that bottom side. Just quite patient in doing so as well. No one really contesting, waiting.
And they have started to make their way upstairs. It's Warden here on the Zofia, moving towards the top of metal, maybe pushing Beepers. Some rotates downstairs from Kanga. That's Spruce going back to site as the pulse. So maybe looking to get some C4 plays as Warden and Sushi approach office. Warden finds a pick, evening it out onto Leb. There's a flank coming out in break room here, but Wayne is ready for it. It's Warden taken out, 3 versus 4. Starting to even things out here. Fury don't have a whole lot of control as half the rounds played.
And we'll reconvene. In waiting as they are doing exactly that. Starting to make their way a little bit further across. Already taking tellers there. Sushi can now start to open up those Havana pallets. Don't know if there's anyone there to deny any of them. So some lines held. Through now open a little bit more. Further progression from Fury, and not a lot has really been pulled out from Kanga to stop this, nor do they need to. Fury need to make the plays. Kanga can just sit.
Yeah, this is much better from Kanga as well. It was at this stage, if not earlier, where they were really just mad peeking Fury, trying to make something happen, but they're playing really patient and passive here. Wayman is still on the top floor. Spruce is on site. He can get the intel for his team, but maybe nobody else there to assist. Wayne could from above if they've got the holes preset. But regardless, Fury gonna have to make something happen.
Oh, nice shot from Boats on the... rather, that was Sushi on the pre-fire. Golden now making his way in. That is now into a 2 versus 2. Diffuser is going down, not for a second. They pull off it for half a tick. And that is going to be the trade coming out from Wayne Man. He'll stand strong and shut down Sushi as well in the 1 versus 2. Kanga will grab another round.
It's great to see the adjustments that Kanga have made, because really those first couple of rounds looked very loose and you could say a little tacky. Just that aggressive play style was completely getting shut down, and the patience from them paid off a lot in that final round just then. So they've brought 2 rounds back. It's 2-2, and they're much more in touch with where Fury's at. And that's great, because now the onus is starting to be pushed back onto Fury to adapt in these next 2 rounds of this half. And if they fail to do so, Kanga can take that advantage.
After the second round, Kanga really have turned this back. Once again, we're going to see a 6 pick onto the pulse. This time it's Leb, so Spruce remains on the vigil. Remains on the Matt Andrews.
Yeah, the Pulse really got a lot of intel. It was Spruce playing it last round, but the Pulse was good. They got the early intel that the push was coming close towards Passport, and then Spruce again on site getting intel for his team. And while he didn't really get any picks, it led to frags. And that's going to be what Kanga need to do, is just play off the smart intel to get the picks instead of just plain peeking here. Going for customs, which is in general the preferred bomb site for the 3rd pick on border in ANZ at least.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining.
Setup's done and dusted, and it looks like we haven't really lost any drones on the side of Fury, so saved in that occasion. Maybe if Spruce peeks out there, he might be able to find 1 or 2, but instead they're now going to be setting up a bit deeper, a little bit more passive, and like you're saying, the tackiness from Kanga has all but diminished as we're now heading well past the halfway point of that first half. So technically the first quarter, only 2 rounds left in this. Kanga, a fair bit of presence upstairs.
Fury with a lot of emphasis on that west side nice and early. Maybe looking to take that top floor from the west across, but Spruce get the opening kill. This is a big difference between those first 2 rounds. Fury were aggressive early, getting opening kills, but Kanga have really fought back. Opening kills going in their favor. Taking Shade off is also a bit of a factor player. Shade has stepped up a lot for Fury throughout this season. Having him off the board is going to ease some pressure.
Gordon now ensuring no one's looking for a flank. No one's trying to do them dirty. We'll be setting up quite nicely here. Golden going in ventilation. Shots coming through, but nothing connecting as now Warden tries to take the fight with Spruce. And Spruce comes out on top. 3 versus 5. Kanga are doing much, much better this time around. Past 3 rounds have looked completely different.
They've flipped the switch, and they've fixed a lot of mistakes really quick, and that's what you want to see out of a team. You want to see some quick adaptation. Spruce finding another off camera there. Warden getting the Claymore kill from the grave, but it's still 2 versus 3 in favor of Kanga. Not long to go for Fury, and not a lot of control that they have. So Rock is just going to yeet into A. Maybe he's going to try and plant here, Rob.
Attackers
He actually gets taken out through the boxes. That's okay, Spruce.
It's actually on the ace there, Mr. Spruce. He's got the 4K at the
Someone
moment.
from Kanga, please take it. You know they're not going to. They're going to allow him to at least try for this, but please, someone take it away from him. I don't even care how this round comes out. I just don't want to see Spruce with the ace.
Hey, I thought he was your mate, Rob. Come on.
Nah, he is. He's a good bloke. I don't mind him. It's all good friendly banter. The second he drops, all the noise will be made. He's going to try to make it a little quicker. And he's still not giving Spruce the satisfaction.
No!
No!
He got the satisfaction.
No!
Spruce on the ace, on the vigil as well. Single-handedly just dismantled Fury on that round.
Jeez, just unload a full clip, why don't you, Spruce? Worst ace ever. I'm so glad.
Well,
this is, of course, against his former team. I
true.
To add that.
That is true. But look, they've really turned it around. Fury were nothing but dominant in those first 2 rounds. Absolutely. And now Kanga have won 3 in a row, and they've been playing it much better. More passive. I mean, like, Spruce was picking things then. As the Vigil, I mean, that's kind of the point, right? Like, you bait out, you delay a bit with the utility, but ultimately, if you're going to do much, it's delay time and get some picks.
Yep.
And he really did do that, and he got those picks because I picked all of them. And now we've got Kanga here on 3 rounds, potentially looking at a 4-2 half. And I mean, I was criticizing them after 2, saying maybe they won't even win a round.
Yep. Well, seriously, the way that it started, I mean, obviously something has been said in that 3rd round that has actually kind of reeled them back in, because they were spiraling out of control, taking fights they didn't need to, not preparing early enough. Fury were just walking in and literally hand-picking the first kill and then just steamrolling from there. So it's a lot better from Kanga this time around, and I guess you can definitely say thanks to Spruce for that round, but still, nevertheless, Kanga was still in a good position. They'd set up in the right way. As much as it can come down to one player finding all the kills, it's anything but when you look at the micro.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to support players, probably feeding him the intel to get the kills. Could call it like a support ace. Oh my gosh. Spruce just deleted on the run out there, not even 13 seconds in. And similar position to what we saw Kanga on the first round of Armory. Gotta say, man, I mean, Kanga were peaking too aggressively, too early in those early rounds, lost. They've got 3 in a row. Spruce gets an ace, and he's a bit hungry, I've got to say. Not a great play there.
It's just so fitting. That's just so Spruce. There is no better way to go out than with a bang like that. So we could still see this end 3-3 as a wholesome tie. Although, ever since that second round, we've definitely been feeling like Kanga have been able to pick that number, and Fury have still been finding opening picks. Don't have any doubt about that. They just haven't been able to capitalize as much.
No, and they're taking their time, taking break room or whatever map control they're trying to get. I mean, Shade is in customs below, so he can play vertically, but I mean, if they've droned out break and Shade's below, they should just have that control if they're doing the armory push. I think I did see Rock slowly enter there on the outlines. Ooh, nice angle from Warden. Catches unit off guard. It's the Jaeger, so there's still...
What a read.
I was about to say there's still some denial on the board, but actually that's gone in the smoke. This is looking much better for Fury to close out the first half. Could be looking at an even 3-3.
That was preempted from Warden then. Finds that first kill and immediately decided to look out of Archive's window. Led giving them some hope. Never mind.
Bomb located by
And he's down below too. Fury know it. They take sight straight away, and Sushi will start getting that plant down. Intel coming out. Leb denies actually from below. Still a lot of time for Fury to recover this though. And this angle is being held as Leb pushes up. Perfectly timed.
That was way too on time there, Rock. Cleaning that one up, finishing at 3 apiece. And all I've got to say is, Spruce, what are you doing? Letting your team down there.
All on his shoulders, eh? Wins one round for him and loses the next.
I am just all about the roast game on that one. It's so beautiful. But that C4, I mean, it nearly gives Leb a chance to get back into it. So kudos to Leb for the attempt. It would have had to have been an ace 1v4 clutch though, which
Not easy, eh?
you know, is doable if you, I don't know, if you're God.
I mean, that's actually a good way to put emphasis on the early run-out death there from Spruce. That if he just stayed passive for extra 30 seconds or so in break room, even if he died and just delayed everything by that time, Leb's denial could have been much more impactful. I mean, who's to say the round would have played out the same way, but it is an example to say, hey, if you just delayed time more, even if you guys died, Leb would have had more of a chance to actually clutch that.
Yeah.
With Fury actually having 50 seconds at that stage, there's not a lot Leb could have done. Like, you can't play the clock as a single player at that stage.
Yeah, not when your C4's already gone.
Yeah.
Use one C4 and you're only down to a 1v3. That's completely fine. You can definitely do that. I feel like maybe I'm just going to become a motivation coach. I'm just going to sit in the Discord and wait for people to start getting a little bit antsy and just scream at them. That's motivation, right? Well, Kanga definitely have motivation of their own because it was all downhill from the start of the match, but very quickly that changed. Rock sit back in time, but setting himself up nicely with that barbed wire. A bit of emphasis being put towards security. This is what we saw from Kanga in the early round. However, it was Shady that was having no bar.
Yeah, and there's two decisions that you can make once you identify that a team is really hard holding that security room there. You either try and hard clear it, which can be done. It's a little challenging sometimes, but it can be done. Otherwise, you hard rotate and try and take out the office. And I mean, triple wall is completely soft. So being able to open that puts a lot of pressure and allows you to get a bit more of a foothold. Some teams find that the much more comfortable option. But we're seeing Kanga hard push into this roam, which is Rock and Shade really hanging around that area. They will need to get some opening kills here, otherwise this could be round done nice and early.
Well, Shady's looking to take that peak. Whether he actually finds out in the break room or not, that's another question, but they could still actually cause a fair bit of drama here. Minute 30 off the clock. And now Kanga start to get a little bit more hungry for these kills. They're opening up some decent lines here, and now it's going to be Boats taking the first contact, but Shady was the first to open up and actually finds a second as well. Oh my word, trades are plentiful here, Raven.
Yeah, lots of back and forth, and I mean, like, that angle is a bit questionable because while it was to watch the rotate of Shade, he used it against them. He actually got 2 picks from playing around that. So not too sure Kanga fully thought that through. Either way, they have tried to progress and to no success. 3 versus 1, all up to Wayne Man.
He hits the first one. Never mind. Thank you, Shady. He's well and truly done. He just wants to finish this map, head on to the next one. Just to keep in mind, this is Fury's map pick. You can need best of 1. It's hard to say that, but it is still their map pick nevertheless. So we are expecting them to have a better result, regardless of whether we've seen either of these teams play Border in the past 8 match days on Pro League, which, by the way, we haven't. Definitely something up the sleeve, though.
Yeah, that was a good defense from Fury. And I think maybe a bad read from Kanga to try and hard push through break and security. They never had a good grip on isolating those roamers. Their main crux there, or the way they were trying to deal with that, was to cut the rotate out of the wood section in security. Some people call that Brazil because it's a really heavily played position in Latin America. But it was actually used against them. So I think next time we might see something different from them. Hopefully even a rotate. I think the office push might have been the play there. But Fury will be defending vents now because it was a successful defense. So we'll see what Kanga can do when they attack this bomb site.
Hopefully a little bit more. Once again, not really going to see any bomb site met with no presence on top or bottom floor. It's quite important to ensure that you're not just giving away that vertical play for free, especially with say the large majority, pretty much the entire map being openable. Is that a... No, that's definitely not English. That's just my own made up just gibberish.
It's 2020. You can say openable. I think.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? Yes, I can, Raven.
It's probably...
You have empowered me.
It's probably on Urban Dictionary, so that's legit, right?
It has to be. If it's on Urban Dictionary, you just don't argue. You hit him with the don't argue and you walk away. So openable is now officially a word.
One thing I noticed in prep phase actually, Boats and Wayne both lost their drones quite early. Thanks to this new UI, it's quite clear to see. And that is worrisome because they're both more flex support players, and you would want them to have their early drones available. Rock gets an early pick, as does Warden. Not sure what's happening here from Kanga. Ill-advised early first minute again, really losing their rounds in that first minute. Something that they are doing, whether it's a decision or the way they're pushing or peeking, is costing them valuable people, for one. Intel, lots of things. So they really need to tidy this up here, trying to be a little aggressive, maybe a little too early.
Just to add to that point, that is the first round since the start of the match that Shady has not been in an opening duel, which I kind of think is a little outrageous, and he's gone 4 for 3, so currently a positive KDR on that opening duel of 1. Spruce not so much. Don't worry, I'll talk about you in a second, Spruce.
Yeah, now Fury looking very comfortable in these defenses so far. Kanga did take 2 rounds though when they were on their defense to adapt to how Fury were playing, so maybe they do just need a couple of rounds again to do the same thing as they attack. Not getting much control here though, which isn't going to be working out too well, and quite split. I mean, Leb is down in Tellers by himself. No, actually he's got Wayman with him, but Unit is up in Fountain by himself. He's probably just trying to catch a rotate through Archives, that hatch drop. But there's still a lot of control for Fury here. They've got Golden and Warden playing around Workshop. They probably both have C4s they can use to deny a plant. Sushi and Shade both still able to play vertically.
It feels like whatever they're gaining, they're also losing. And with Unit dropping so low here, it looks like...
Oop,
hello?
just teasing.
Shady? Okay, fair enough. Well, he's literally... What? He has literally joined the attack of Kanga here. He is one with the attackers as he falls. No! It's just getting worse. Shady is tearing Kanga apart.
Allowing him to do that, not great. I mean, the player prone holding the angle in Tellers didn't catch him on the rotate either. It's a bit of a lost round at that stage by Kanga anyway. They didn't have anywhere near as much map control as needed. It was just going to be relying on them getting some picks. Wayne Man, not too much he can do here, does manage to stay alive at least. Not padding his death stat and not allowing Fury to pad a kill stat, but not looking too good with Kanga on these attacks. They're just not able to sink their teeth in to any real map control.
I think that's probably been the biggest point to make. One, in the first 2 rounds of their attack, and on the first 2 rounds of their defense as well. Sinking your teeth in, Raven. You've said it perfectly. Being able to bite down and get yourself into this game is probably one of the most important things to start off with. And with Kanga just convincingly losing both opening rounds of each half, it's definitely caused all sorts of problems. Blitz being 6-picked to the dock, I believe, and a Maverick. Or, I'm not entirely sure, maybe it was the Habana, but regardless, they will be taking in the Maverick instead.
Yeah, and they will be attacking customs, which, I mean, usually if you want to try and get a customs plane, or even in supply, you try and take security break room. That's really important. Kanga completely failed to try and do that when they were attacking Armory, because it seems like it's going to be a very similar roam here. Shade on that dock was playing up there. I believe it was also Warden. Oh no, Warden was playing a different role, but they had the Mozzie playing around there. Regardless, similar setup here, similar strat. Kanga will have to take that out if they want to have a comfortable chance to plan.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So far, there's only been 1 round that has finished for other reasons other than a team being wiped, and that was the previous with the time running. So Just something interesting to keep your eyes on. More often than not, we are seeing that. And unit now coming up. Kanga kind of feels a little bit calmer. I feel like all the initial start to the attacking rounds has kind of been pretty frantic, and that was a C4 of some description.
I've seen it hit a couple of times, but yeah, maybe Rock could have pulled the scanner out first to check if they were still hanging around near the window. Either way, no impact, so no C4 to worry about for Kanga. Made entry here on the east side, Unit and Spruce, meaning that they've got east stairs control, but a run out from the Archives doorway. No, actually it was the office window. That is Shade again, the opening pick. Just really tearing Kanga apart in that first phase of their attacks.
It's Shade again, but it's also Spruce again. Unfortunately, he is not having a good start. Rock as well, knowing full well there is a player at the top of these stairs, being able to see the head. Won't need to pop it. In fact, it's going to be done beforehand and gets away scot-free. Boats gives away his position, and I'm sure Rock will eventually find that on the scanner. Everywhere that Kanga turn, they're being crunched on. Leb, however, gives them a moment to rest and relax. There's a minute 15 left, and nothing has been done for Kanga.
No, they really have struggled to gain map control on any of their attack rounds, and that continues to trend here. The remaining Kanga members are going to have a terrible time trying to get things done. I mean, they might be able to take a bit of office control here, but Sushi is still sitting very comfortably in security. He's about to get droned out by Wayne. They do have the control over an armor here, so they've got a little bit of vertical control, but there's just such little time. They've still got to flush out this player who is picking up frags. And even if they get this guy, they've got to try and do some kind of vertical play. There's no hard breach remaining now. I'm going to say this is looking much more like a Fury round.
Over till the fat lady sings regardless of where we lie in a 2 versus 3. There's still a possibility here. Boats is going to send it down the hatch. Wayneman finds Warden, and all of a sudden, Golden walks into the line. They just need to be careful of the last remaining member, and Shady shots going through the walls, left, right, and center. Only 6 seconds remain, and it looks like Wayneman is going to try to plant safe here. Shady, has he heard? Does he know the position? He's tagged up Wayneman in the smallest, but it's actually going to finish him in the end with the sidearm. And another round for Fury, regardless of how close it is.
Yeah, I mean, there was a good attempt from Kanga to bring that back. And I like the decision from Wayneman to try and plant. Maybe he would have adjusted his position forward a little bit, just to be a little bit unpredictable for a common pre-fire spot that Shade was able to take advantage of. And it means that Fury are now on match point. They're up 6-3. They've been very dominant in their defenses now. And Kanga have just struggled so much on entry, constantly battling with man disadvantages.
Well, that is 100% a fact. 5 openings for Shade, whereas alone on the team of Kanga, they haven't even been able to amount to 3. So it has not really been the greatest start for Kanga in this second half of Pro League, but it is still left with a bit of time to claw it back and possibly salvage a point here, but already on the bottom of the ladder, they need to be careful because every point that eludes them from here on out, it's Fury, Sinister, and Knights left that they have to play. Obviously, Fury right now in front of you, they are looking like the better team. And with Sinister and Knights left, I don't know how many points Kanga are going to be able to pull out here. Every round is going to be crucial.
And I mean, for a while, Kanga were toying with Sinister right down at the bottom of the ladder. But considering Sinister's form last night and how they might be able to perform against teams like Kanga, I think it's looking a little grim for them. But then again, let's talk about the fact that Border was a bit of a surprise, for us at least. Maybe it was for Kanga as well. It wouldn't be the first time Pittsburgh Knights took Border off of TBD in super dominant fashion. Pretty sure that was 7-1.
Yep.
And Ippy Style from TBD said it was a surprise for them. It was a mistake that it got through to Veto. That could be what's happened here. Maybe Kanga were trying to bait it out, and it just came here. And it was a missed bluff or something like that. We could potentially find out in the interview. But my point being that maybe they aren't just playing bad, maybe they were a little underprepared for this situation or this map.
Be devastating to know. It's funny how, you know, generally when we start talking about something, it has been confirmed in the past day or two. And the veto process is something we spoke about yesterday as well with TBD, who managed to call it quite confidently. And they were very happy with the way it all panned out. Maybe this is the same case. So we'll wait and see, Raven. We'll get to have a chat with them in a short little while. Golden at the moment is going to be sitting on the other side of Fountain. Completely opened up, and Unit and Spruce both find an entry. And they have absolutely walked all over the team of Fury.
Casting aside the trend of failed entries, getting 3 quick entries once they had some breaches open. And I like this call. I said last time that they attacked Armory, they tried to just push through that security break room, and it was an absolute fail. This time they've absolutely exploited the office side, and they're in a 5v1 advantage right here. In fact, they might even close it out. No, Warden denies the flawless round, but regardless, I don't see him being able to get this 1v5 clutch. It's going to take a massive effort.
Especially being just under 25 HP now. He's not detected crossing, so he might have a chance here. Looks to see if he can find anything out on the Archives platform, but nothing. So, Seed's back in. There are multiple lines being watched right now. You would have to imagine the second he turns the corner, he will be spotted. He will see another head there. I don't know whether he was able to actually spot that or not, but be damn sure Unit did. And Kanga bounced back. They're not done just yet, Raven.
No, they got a chance to bring it back, and they tightened up their entries. They got those picks, whether it was just winning their gunfights or a better strategy. I definitely rate the call to not push security break room this time. They went and pushed the office. It had a massive vulnerability in that triple wall was completely soft. That's easy enough to open, and you can cut a lot with that, just line of sight. So well played by them. 2 more rounds, and they can actually get a point out of this. Kanga can somewhat salvage what has been generally one-sided for Fury.
That's a definite fact. In the way that we have seen this play out, obviously there were a couple of rounds in the first half where Kanga were looking good, but bar that last round just then, the defensive side of Fury has been sound and completely solid. And you do have to give it to Kanga's offense there, obviously quite calculated in opening up those direct lines and office and continuing to just put the pressure onto that defensive side, never letting them settle. And Fury obviously still on match point. It's only going to take one, and it's only going to take a small slip up from Kanga, which could all spiral out of control.
That it could, and they've decided to rotate bomb side. I mean, I was wondering whether they might repeat Armory and make some adaptations to how Kanga decided to attack on that round, but they've actually kept it in the pocket. They've rotated defense. They did win this quite comfortably last time, again off the back of a failed entry from Kanga. So let's see whether Kanga can adapt to this time around. They did a great job with Armory that time. This is their chance to get it back for Vents.
Kanga approaching from the southwest side, coming in through security, and once again, here's the information from Rock. Such a vital operator in being able to gain that intel on the outer side of the building, and just so early on knowing where Kanga is setting up from. They may not be able to stop anything per se, but they will definitely get further intel and maybe be able to prep likewise. Shady, a very close line right now, right out of Armory door. Unit just on the other side will now for sure know where Shady is, but it's not a free passage, that's for sure.
No, it's not, but this is a better entry from Kanga. They're able to get some map control, spotting out the pulse. That's C4 hitting though, so taking out the IQ. A nice trade. Coming back, Warden off the board on the Mozzie. C4 not used by him at least. Attempting a flank, it looks like. Wait, man, catching that. So again, a bit better from Kanga on entry. They got some map control. They've contested and they've managed to trade out that entry at least. A bit better than last time, but they're starting to pass the halfway mark of this round. To start putting a lot more pressure onto this north side.
Shady just waiting for that time in which he might be able to, I want to say might be able to engage on Unit or Leb there. Now putting a fair bit of emphasis there. Finally opening up as well. That will force Shady completely out of position. Unit finds a small line and executes perfectly. Still needs to be cautious of the one member around the corner. Sushi, that is, just in toward Fountain. Trying to lock down those vertical angles if they do decide to push on here.
I feel like Shade was trying to run towards the hatch to rotate. Not too sure, maybe he should have just doubled back towards Fountain. Sushi and he could have played off each other instead, but they've both been fragged out, leaving Fury in a man disadvantage. Rock is in difficult to flush position in supply. He'll have to be peeked there. Looks like Wayne Man holding the angle. Oh, it might be missed. He might have looked at it and thought he was gone. Rock can stay very comfortable here. Could catch him off guard.
And will do as well. He'll get away with it. Golden drops Leb. 15 seconds left. Unit is nowhere near the diffuser. Hatch isn't open either. This is not good. But he's not going to open it up on the first attempt. It's done and dusted. Put a fork in it. Because guess what? Fury. They're going to walk away. They're going to walk away with Border.
They are going to walk away with Border, and fair to say Fury controlled most of that map anyway, so I feel like this victory is justified. But that round was in Kanga's grasp.
Yep.
It really was. And Fury stuck deep, were able to get the picks when it mattered at the end. Rock with an MVP performance on the pulse, and if not for anything, a lot of intel gathered. I mean, yeah, he got 11 frags, but we saw it at the start of that round. He had 3 on his scanner, and just that kind of intel helps your team so much.
Really capitalized on it. I gotta say, that's probably one of the more uneventful finishes to a map that I have ever seen. And Kanga now, they're in a bit of trouble. Only 4 points at the very bottom of the table and not being able to pull out anything from that map. There are deeper concerns involved.
Yeah, and I mean, they definitely had some patches of some really questionable decisions in the way that they were playing, but they also had some patches where they looked like they were adapting quite well. So a couple of different things for them to grasp onto coming into map 2, but as you were alluding to about the standings, they are still 3 points behind Sinister and Fury, their closest opponents. And if they don't manage to get any points tonight, they're going to be looking stuck much closer to the bottom.
It could stick them. They could be done, did stuck.
Yep.
That's for damn sure. I feel it's been a bit of a journey for Fury on that map. There were, without a doubt, some rounds that kind of slipped away from them. And I think in the end, obviously, they are well and truly the team that should have won there. But it does feel like Kanga, with some of those rounds, it just came out of nowhere. Like, just pulling rounds left, right, and center. I don't even think 7-4 is really the result that I expected to see after what I expected to, well, what I saw to be such dominance from Fury.
Yeah, they really were dominant in a lot of rounds there. Those first 2 rounds of the map were insane. I mean, like, they only died once. One player died once in the first 2 rounds.
Yep.
That looked quite strong, and especially for a border attack, yeah, it was really good for them. I mean, Kanga did adapt, but same thing when the first half, it rotated around. They just shot back out to a really solid lead.
Yeah.
And it meant that Kanga were just fighting from behind yet again. Seemed like that pressure might have been too much for them. They almost got it back, but just not very tight, and Fury were able to capitalize that on many, many rounds.
It's just those first couple of rounds that have let them down there, but they still have an opportunity to get revenge on Fury. We're going to go to a short break on the other side. Maybe revenge.
drop the diffuser.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ay. Ball so hard, ay. Raise the bar, ay. Turn into a star, ay. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. What? About too hard, ayy. About too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry, it's a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping this basics, skipping this classes. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we counting them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the final match. I'm not going to lie, for a second, I almost thought that was the Fnatic roster, and I was about to say something. Way too close. Anyway, Rob J, Monday, and Raven, we're taking you through the action that will be Fury and Kanga, the last matchup of tonight. Of course, we just saw them play on Border if you are joining us, and that was a 7-4 end scoreline in favor of Fury. So, an interesting map pick nonetheless. Would you like to rope anything in from the previous match?
Just felt like Fury were really in control of that map, and Kanga just were constantly clinging on to something, getting around here and there, but ultimately Fury just looked really good. So I think it's going to be tough for Kanga in the second map, but maybe that will depend on the map pick, because as we were saying, Border had not played much at all in ANZ, neither of these teams playing it, so it was a bit fresh.
A little bit fresh.
Yeah.
Do you want to know also is going to be fresh?
What's that?
Maybe theme park if we get to see it.
Yes.
Let's have a look. Let's bring these vetoes up.
I don't think we will do.
Come on. I am literally...
Not yet. It's coming soon.
I don't think it's going to come. I do not think we're going to see theme park in the entire second half of this Pro League.
I hope we see it next week.
I want to see it.
Yeah.
Like, I genuinely wanted to see it. I'm kind of happy it's Coastline. I really enjoy Coastline. I think that both of these teams have potential to just go mental. I think Kanga more so than Fury. The way that we just saw Kanga play, very sporadic, very crazy, pretty loosey-goosey for a lot of it. So I think that on Coastline, their aggression is going to be very interesting to watch. But I'm still going to lean in favor of Fury in this one.
Yeah, me too. Fury have had a pretty good season 11 on Coastline. They had a good result against Wildcard. So they can bring that in their stride and see whether that matches up well against Kanga. I dare say it will. And what stands out in my mind is they had a very strong attack half on Coastline.
Okay, so this is technically the Kanga map pick, right? Because Coastline hasn't been played at all from Kanga, and the two results that we've seen from Fury on Coastline, as you were alluding to, the 7-5 victory against Wildcard, a great result. One result that even stands a little bit more interesting than that is the 5-7 loss to Fnatic, which was extremely close. So Fury are no pushovers on Coastline whatsoever. So I think when this comes to the interview stage, I think I want to be asking some questions around this.
I mean, there's a chance that Kanga are just trying to be unpredictable. Like you said, they haven't played Coastline this season. They hadn't played Border either. So, I mean, that's two maps that Fury won't have preparation on, and it's a fresh lineup for Kanga. So already it's going to be quite difficult for Fury to predict. Unfortunately, if that is what Kanga has tried to do, I think they've probably chosen two of the worst maps to be able to do that on, because Border doesn't favor a whole lot of structure, so you can play that a little loose, you can play it differently to like standard strats. And Coastline seems like it's a strong map for Fury, so I think even if you're being unpredictable, maybe that'll only net you a couple of special rounds, but overall, I'm thinking Fury for this.
So kind of like the last game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, let's have a look whether the audience will echo what we're saying here. Let's have a look at the poll vote. We are going to be more so in the favor of Fury, still giving enough credit to Kanga, and credit where credit is due. They did have some good rounds, so we really can't beat around the bush there. There was still some good performances in rounds, but just the overall arching Spruce sucks. I don't know, man. I just, like, every time I looked up, it seemed like Spruce was dying, so...
Tough love.
Well, I feel like the audience are just, you know, like, I feel like I'm going to get some hate for this, and it's fine, you know, it's fine. I actually love Spruce. I really hope... I pray to God that he is on the interview afterwards so I can have a bit of a chat with him. He's just such a lovely man.
Yeah, and he got an ace, so that was kind of in your face situation.
I know, that really is the epitome of everything that I was holding true, so that's okay. Let's bring it back to Coastline, because it will be a very interesting matchup. I really do not see Kanga having a damaging result. I firmly believe after watching Border that this is going to be somewhat of a walk in the park for Fury.
I'd be surprised, but we've been surprised a bit last couple of nights, so definitely could happen. I think one thing in particular, at least 80%, like, I'm not calling that a set number, but it felt like around 80% of Kanga's rounds were won and lost in the first minute. So many opening deaths and just poor positioning in the first minute. And sometimes they did get those entry kills, and I'm sure those are the rounds that they actually did well on, putting themselves in those great positions. So they really got to tighten that up here. A Jackal ban, interesting from Kanga. not as common as it used to be.
No.
It's something that was leaned on a lot.
Season 10, it was really abused, that Jackal ban.
Yep.
And I feel like I actually would believe that this is one of the first times in Season 11 that we've seen it. I guess Coastline is one of those maps where you can actually wreak a bit of havoc across the entire map, so it's never a bad ban in particular. Buck we've seen banned out a lot more commonly on Coastline, obviously just brings so much of that verticality that a lot of defensive sides can't deal with. And just to kind of back up what you were saying before, Raven, the end result for Border was 7-4, and only 4 rounds did Kanga find the opening. So you're actually kind of smack bang on the money in rounds 1 by actually opening up and having a good start in that first minute. Maestro and Echo to be banned off.
Double intel off the board on defense will make that a bit trickier, but they've left up the Valkyrie. And I really want to say Valkyrie is a strong operator on Coastline. There's so many positions outside to get those cams that just give you fantastic intel. It's a bit of a run-out style map. You can get a lot of run-outs, a lot of aggressive peaks. So Valkyrie is the intel you want on the defense to facilitate that. We'll see whether Kanga decide to use it. And like you said, the Buck ban, quite common on Coastline to deny some vertical play. I'm curious if this Twitch will stick. I don't see a lot of Twitch.
Definitely. Actually,
it's gone.
Oh man, I didn't even get to look up for a second. Smoke's going to be swapped out for Mute. Ash for Twitch. God damn it. That's alright. We're just going to see the regular old crowd.
Your bombs from being defused by
Just the average Joes, if you will.
Bomb located by
Very
attackers.
will utilize the Nomad, so I mean that counters what I was talking about before with the Valkyrie and the way that Coastline can play out, lots of run-outs, which can be controlled with those air jabs, so I like the pick from Fury. There isn't a Valkyrie on the Kanga defense, so it's not necessarily an intel-based run-out that I'll have to worry about, but I'm not going to say they're not going to run out. When we saw very aggressive run-outs from Spruce on Border, it didn't really have a massive effect. See how Fury decide to approach. They are bringing the Capital, which is, again, an operator we saw banned a lot.
5 seconds left.
And he doesn't get as much play, even though he's not banned as much. I like that he's in this Fury lineup for this. There we go. There's the run out.
I just automatically assumed that was going to be Spruce. So I'm disappointed that it was Leb.
I mean, that's fair to say. He was playing the Doc on Border, did the runouts.
And Spruce died more often than not to begin with, or at least tried to find the kills. I guess at the end of the day, it is really hard to be critical to people that are trying to open the rounds up to those entry fraggers, because regardless of what side you are on, you are always going to be the first in and more than likely the first to fall on your team. So that's all right. Much love. Much love. Anyway, I haven't wasted any time in taking Aquarium.
Loading shock!
Spruce, very aggressive position in luggage. He has been flushed out beautifully by Warden. Good use of utility. I think that's sometimes underrated. A lot of people don't think to use Zophia's utility when you're pushing a Roma. Some people save it for the later round. Aggressive retake or reflank here from Kanga will find Golden off guard. There's somebody else there on the Aquarium balcony. They're just going to drone it out and try and find Boats' position so that they don't rush to their death. He's going to push back. I like that patience and not overextending when they've now found themselves in this somewhat advantage, because really, they took off the IQ. He's going to find a lot of that intel.
Warden was getting live drone for only a second, but Boats dealing with that and even continuing to fall back further onto site. Don't know how much of the top floor they have in control. Don't know whether they're really putting too much emphasis on it at this point. See Leb now trying to take a different line. To be able to see right through to bars if they try to push through the door.
I like this position. This is a pretty common position that teams play these days. They have those feet height holes along towards kitchen door, and they play the long angle from main lobby. That's been air jabbed off in security, which kind of indicates to me they're probably not going to push hard on towards Leb. And it seems like they're really going to try and do this kitchen door execute. Sometimes that means they rush through, get a few frags, and plant deep. Or sometimes it's a doorway plant. Either way, I think if Kanga play patient, unlike Boats just did, they might be able to deny this just based off of Leb's position.
That was a pretty decent response to the C4 being thrown out. In comes the smoke, so Leb's position no longer that crucial. However, Warden is able to to find one. Wayne Man on the response. There's a couple of players just in behind bar. It's 11 Wayne Man to try and get into position now. The flash is going to come through. Gordon's going to find one. And Rock very quickly trades out Fury. They take map number, or rather round number 1. And I want to say convincingly.
I like the adaptation because there was a good refrag or a trade, sorry, in that top floor early. But then Fury just said, you know what, like we don't need to keep pushing this vertical play. Let's just go down, start poking kitchen, try work some picks, and we'll work off of that. And that worked really well for them. They got the picks on site, which meant that Leb's angle was kind of nullified. He had to move. And also he started to get pushed from the garden, the central courtyard. So yeah, I like the attack from Fury. And again, I was saying at the start, they've been pretty good at attacking coastline. I remember distinctly they were at a big disadvantage of rounds against Wildcard. And they just brought that back on their attacks. Pretty sure it was a 5-1 comeback. They won 6 rounds in a row. 7-5.
Yes, it was. It was.
It was pretty
nuts.
nuts.
Specifically, it's...
So, yeah, Kanga got to be careful here.
Definitely the more rounds that slip away from them, the worse it's going to get.
Located a bomb.
That's, I mean, that's just Captain Obvious, so I do apologize for being that guy to just give obvious statements when they're needed, unneeded. But Fury have just been very strong and very confident in pretty much every round we've been able to watch. Spruce just opening up, obviously. We see that open quite a lot. The like you were saying, the leg height toward that bar.
Usually for the bar's defense though, but this is actually
It's
Hookah really is. So
Spruce is on another level.
I believe it would be to deny vertical play, right? But I mean, like the buck is banned, so they're not going to be using that vertical play as much in the blue bar. Could send Rock or Warden down there to use their impact grenades or the Ash Charge to open up some holes, and that is a way to counter it without actually contesting in the bars, so maybe that's the plan there. See actually how it gets used by Kanga, but Fury looks like they're going to try and take from the penthouse side across. A couple of them over there.
Spruce is very happy to take these opening engagements. We've seen that time and time again from map 1 to map 2. He's not going to be given anything just yet. Golden now starting to clear out. Looks on a nice line. But isn't going to be given anything. It doesn't look like Kanga's going to be rotating anywhere on site. Very common angle to hold, so Wayne Man would have to be out of his mind to try and rotate without at least any sort of information. The Savannah pallets are going to cause all sorts of issues.
Yeah, it's a difficult long angle to contest that you can get from VIP. So the fact that Fury's got that open with a lot of time ahead means that Kanga are going to feel hesitant to be rotating around. They potentially are lacking some intel in VIP to know whether it's being watched. I really like the time management from Fury here. Already taking Aquarium half the round to play to work some picks on site, work the utility, set themselves up. So this is looking to be a tricky situation for Kanga, but they do at least still have everybody alive.
It's somewhat of a positive, especially for Kanga. Not going too aggressive early on to try and find the kills, and it's actually wasted a lot of time and energy. Maybe not so much the resources just yet. ADS system working in place. Spruce finds the opening. That's onto Rock as well. Without the Ash, firepower drops, not drastically, but a little bit. Now it's going to get a little bit hot and heated. Obviously pulling back. Kanga resisting nicely.
Yeah, it looks like Sushi's going to drop below to try and deny some vertical play. It is Boats down there who can use the holes, and if he is not aware of Sushi pushing through the office, could very much be caught off guard. He has a lot of angles that Boats will have to be aware of. There's another one behind him in Sunrise. He's about to be pushed on, but Habana caught off guard. Nice play from Sushi. He's going to try and push up the cool vibes. In pursuit of Spruce, the execute is going to be coming out soon as Unit finds another.
It is very hard for Fury to try and fight into that round. Spruce had set that up so nicely from them early on. And from there, it did feel as though Kanga had a firm grip on that round. And regardless of dropping that player down in bars or not, didn't really have a major impact on the round. So one apiece now. It's good to see that we are back into the swing of things for Kanga.
Yeah, and they did well to really repel Fury just then, because Fury had great time management. Their entries were pretty good, good map control. Just weren't able to really do anything with sight, and whether that was maybe some misuse of utility or just Kanga really outplaying them. Didn't get to see as much of how it played out. A lot of focus on the bottom there. Sushi could have opened that up. If he was able to get Spruce onto Cool Vibe stairs and maybe create a 2v2 situation, might have played out very differently, but have to see how it goes. Kanga going to be on the double bars, bomb site, Sunrise and Blue Bar. And they've looked maybe a little more comfortable on Coastline. I think they're executing with a bit more patience. I mean, Leb had that early run out in the first round, but besides that, there hasn't been anything like outlandish.
No, and I would definitely agree with that, especially in that round. Just so well played to actually have that composure to delay Fury for a longer extended period of time. There wasn't really, I think Spruce's kill came at around minute 30, 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was so. Yeah, around halfway.
Yeah, sorry, 2 minutes burnt into the time. I should say a minute left. Which is very telling, considering, you know, we were talking about the fact that on Border it did seem like the round was won or lost in the first minute or so. So maybe this is a new start that Kanga can look to be double on. Obviously this being their map pick, their preferred pick. It was this or Cafe that was left, so...
Again, Fury, just good time management there. Oh, that has been read perfectly by Warden. Spruce, the opening death, a little too aggressive as the pulse, and I mean, that's one thing to lose the player early, but a pulse, really good intel, could have been used with maybe a little bit more vertical pressure in the mid to late round. Kanga won't have a chance to. So a nice opening kill for Fury will make this a little more comfortable as they move through the round.
Spruce and runouts. They're a more iconic duo in the ANZ scene now. I guess it's a high risk, high reward. If he manages to take down Warden there, it's a lot of it's more pressure alleviated for Kanga, and he will be able to back away in that instance. Unfortunate that Warden reads it so nicely. And once again, Fury taking their time with this attack, really making sure that they've done their droning, they've done their pre-attack, their duties, and they haven't been overly keen to take too many engagements as of yet.
I think that was a misthrown C4 from Unit into Aquarium. He had a big chance to get Warden, but... Oh, maybe it was a breach charge. I'm not 100% sure. Either way, Leb has picked up a kill onto Sushi, and Unit has pushed deep into Office, and him and Leb have a nice crossfire onto Diffuser. Stim coming out, shots from above will make Leb reposition. Golden does find Unit with the aggressive push into Office, taken very low though. Recovered Diffuser, and it does mean that it is a 4 versus 3 in favor of Fury.
Golden was looking to progress almost a little bit further there. C4 still ticking from a once strong Spruce, and the remainder of Kanga being Leb, Wayne Man, make that maybe only Leb and Boats. It looks like they will be able to pick him up. They've got to be careful though, because Golden's getting into position, so is Shady as well. They're not going to be able to pick up Wayne Man at this point. They're going to have to try and fight this in a 2 versus 4. 20 seconds left, Raven. It looks like it might be over here for Kanga, and wow. You would miss it if you blinked. If you looked away for half a second, then Fury have well and truly taken and capitalized on that situation.
Yeah, they had a lot of great control, a lot of angles really covered at the end, so it did really feel inevitable, and you were starting to get that out before it finished in such quick succession. So strong attack from Fury off the back of maybe, again, ill-advised aggressive run out from Spruce. It was heard perfectly by Warden. I think that's the biggest factor, the fact that the door was still up when he pulled that down or hit it down. I didn't see exactly how he got out.
Pulled it.
Like it was heard perfectly. And as soon as you do that, while you're ripping a C4, I mean, like that's a pretty slow animation in itself. Kind of too easy for Fury to capitalize on. Again, I think the patience of Kanga was what was really good in the round that they secured. So they need to stick to that.
Well, I think the telling point for us right now is, do Kanga realize what's gone wrong, what have they done well, and how are they going to move forward with that? Because for us, it's very clear to see, right? We get to see the round as a whole perspective. We get to see both sides, the utility left, the players left. Whereas for Fury, it's a lot. Rather Kanga, it's a bit of a different situation when you're in the action. It can be quite frantic. So it does really differ between the teams that can change and the teams that don't even know what's going wrong. So Kanga definitely have an opportunity. They've already shown great signs in that second round. They just need to be able to replicate that, which is obviously easier said than done.
And it is. They're going to try Kitchen, which is pretty popular bomb site. They played it already. Fury won it quite strongly. That was the first round. So see if they can make adaptations. I mean, Leb has gone onto the Valkyrie, strong operator on coastline. Sacrifices the dock. Had been going okay on the dock, but it'd be hard to say whether it was having a massive impact. See what they can pull out. Fury, on the other hand, again, just taking a careful entry, ensuring they're being thorough. Warden has taken some pretty quick control, though, upstairs, actually. Pushing deep onto Cool Vibe, and if Kanga are unaware of this, he might catch somebody rotating.
Even at this point, the amount of space he's been able to make for the rest of Fury to move forward. Ooh, very nice. He will back away. I actually think he was getting chased for a small second there on Cool Vibes, but not anymore. Obviously now trying to sit with that rotate being watched. Billiards. A lot of openings to start with, and it's a fair bit of vertical play that they can now maneuver with. Kanga need to be careful. It is going to get hot in the kitchen very shortly.
It is, and Spruce looks like he's ready to try and do some kind of flank, but he's getting pressured from all kinds of angles above and at the front door to try and rotate around. And this is where it gets really hectic in kitchen. I feel so sorry for Wayne, man, and it sucks to be the person playing this position. You have people just renovating above. There are angles from near courtyard. There's angles at kitchen door. You are just dancing around bullets at that stage.
Leb on the opening there, so Shady will have no further impact in this round, which obviously I believe all the tracks things were already out. So he's now stuck in behind lobby. Looks like Sushi's just going to be able to hold tight. It was Leb, in fact, and Warden will find the trade eventually. And it is very unsettling for Kanga being on that bottom floor. A nice flank from Unit. Again, one of the telling signs is the fact that he's happy to move away.
Spruce, quick peeked onto by Sushi. Diffuser at the front door, still 30 seconds to go. Rock poking at service. Wayne sitting comfortably in the corner there of the service area. And it's going to have to be a bit of a strange execute. I mean, Fury are pretty split. Sushi in the lobby, Rock pushing in now to try and find a pick. Kanga to stay patient. They can capitalize.
Or Rock's actually pushed in quite aggressive, and he might actually have the support from Sushi coming in from lobby. There we go. Now the diffuser might be able to go down. Fury, they collapse on two of them. Unit, what does he have? Does he have the opportunity to deny it? Doesn't look like it. They're behind the reinforced wall, and a 1v3 on little less than 20 HP is not doable. And Fury will walk away with another round.
Yeah, I'm going to apologize to Unit in advance, but that was a perfect example for anybody watching at home of tunnel vision. He was so focused on the pings in the service that he walked straight in front of a drone that was just looking at him constantly. I mean, you got to shoot the drone and reposition because Fury would just start a pre-fire and just know exactly what he was doing. No chance to get the clutch going, but a strong attack again from Fury on that kitchen bomb side. It really hasn't worked out for Kanga. So good to see that they are just rotating away. It's not working out at all. They're going to go back to hookah billiards.
That seemed to be a lot more successful for Kanga last time they attempted it. Again, it did come down to the fact that they were able to find that first kill. It seems like for Kanga, a lot of this has been riding on the fact that they need to find that first kill. They need to get themselves ahead. And the thing was with Billiards is they didn't need to get that kill early in the round either. That kill came very late in the round. There was only a minute left on that clock. But it still just gave them that upper hand, gave them a little bit more A lot of intel gathering here. You've got the Legion, you've got the Valk, and the Pulse. Kanga should have a field day, but they've just got to play this one smartly.
They do, and this is the round that they won. It was the Hookah Billions defense. Ended up in a 2v1, I think, or a 3v1. They won it relatively comfortably.
5 seconds left.
So again, I think if they just stay patient and allow Fury to play into their hands, they got a better chance. Giving Fury any early advantage has never worked out well for them. So Spruce has got to chill, yeah?
Don't know what you're talking about. Just quickly go to my stats. I think Spruce is doing okay this time around.
I think it was just that one round.
So across the entire series, he's currently 2 opening kills to 6 opening deaths. Don't know about your quick math, but
-4 on entry is not great.
Not great at all, especially when we're seeing some of the ways that he's actually dying, and it does feel a little bit cheap and a little bit offhanded. Sushi this time opening up on the unit. Maybe a step in the right direction.
Spruce just looking to get some intel on the Pulse here, but not really seeing anything. Thinking that the push was coming from the kitchen door maybe, but that's not what's happening. Golden is already all the way in Aquarium. Saw this last time from Fury. They took Aquarium very quickly. And I mean, that was great, but they still managed to lose the round. But my instinct would tell me this is a strong position for Fury, because all they really need to do is just work some picks or use their utility to great effect to get a plant down. It could be a real danger for Kanga, but they're not making any rash decisions.
Leb and Spruce, they're on a journey. They are going on an adventure through Kitchen. And they're currently sitting around. Wayne Man dies on site, so currently there's only boats being able to protect the site itself. Leb, however, comes from underneath as Spruce is still hanging out, cooking tomorrow's dinner.
He might get shot from behind at the blue window there. I thought I saw a Fury player rotating down there to maybe shut down this vertical play. Maybe they decided to go elsewhere. Spruce seems aware someone is trying to hunt them down. That is, looks like Warden in Sunrise based on the outline. And he's just going to hold a nice passive angle. And they're essentially cut off. Sushi there to assist with that. They can't rotate back to site now without engaging. Unbelievable that Leb just walks past and deletes Warden, gets back to site, and no refrag at all. Sushi was right there. I'm not really sure how that came about.
That's hilarious. Literally ran past each other, and somehow Leb is able to make that work. 30 seconds left. It looks like Fury's going to make a little bit more of a pointed attack. Spruce could play spoils here, but it depends on where Leb is and what Leb can do. It won't make a difference because they both fall down. Fury, again, unrelenting so far in this matchup. And no signs of slowing down.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good on their attacks, and if they go up 5-1 on their attack, I think it's going to be quite difficult for Kanga to bring that back. Have to see what they can produce, or whether they can at least save a round. Kitchen service is what they're going for. Very late locking in operators in here too, so really trying to make some adjustments, I'd say. But their 2 defenses of Kitchen really haven't gone well at all. So I'm kind of surprised that this is the one that they're going to go for.
Well, I guess the only successful round we've seen is Hookah.
Yeah. I mean, like, maybe they should have just replayed Hookah. I don't know.
I would probably have said the same thing, but that's okay. They obviously feel as though their Kitchen has something, an element to it that they can capitalize on and maybe juke out Fury a little bit, but nevertheless, it is going to come down to actually making it work. And once again, like you said, Raven, those foot-level holes are really becoming a lot more prevalent. Boats open that up. Gives you a direct line from lobby into kitchen door.
And again, we're seeing lots of Wamai play. He's actually been pretty high pick rate, I'd say. I don't know the stat, but feels like it's maybe 40% of the defenses we've seen this week would have a Wamai in them, which is interesting. Most players choosing the AUG. I did see one earlier tonight, might have been Geo, I think, was playing the MP5K SMG. Run out from Kanga, not netting anything, and also at least not dying.
Is that really what we've succumbed to?
I mean, like, it feels like there's been so many rounds where they are out a door or a window in the first 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And then, like, at least 60% of them, I'd say, have been punished. And that's not great. So, at least it didn't work against them there.
Oh, wow. Golden already in security. This could go horribly wrong, which it does. The live droning allows them to know exactly where Spruce was set. And Golden making the smart decision to jump onto the drone instead. However, needs to be careful right now. Unit was pushing up quite aggressive. And Golden has no support in sight. Not just yet, though. That could change.
Golden's on a drone again, just watching Unit. And staying very patient on that drone in the corner. If Golden had got off, that would have given the sound key to Unit where he was, and that could have been very different. So, great patience from Golden. And good entry again. And you know what? Spruce with another opening death there, Rob.
A bomb has been located.
Unfortunate.
You love him. You really do love him, but I actually didn't even make a thing of that because I kind of was more focused on how far advanced Golden was.
Yep, he was in deep.
Not even half a round. Oh, that's a bit of a standoff if I've ever seen one. Unit with that ACOG holding down the line. Needs to be careful. This is an interesting engagement. And the Sushi will find his way out of it or not.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
They're still holding strong here, actually. Neither player really wanting to give that one up, and eventually it will be Fury that fold.
Again, we're seeing this heavy emphasis on kitchen from Fury here. Sushi does finally win the duel with Unit in the lobby. That means it is a 5 versus 3. Leb tagged quite low on site as well, so Fury really poised to take this one. They've got 50 seconds to set something up, but not if Wayneman has something to say about it. Actually, he's answered back to Sushi, so is Boats. All of a sudden, 3 versus 3, Rob. Fury looking poised, but Diffuser actually in lobby.
I believe they might even have sight on this. Go ahead, shoot. Damn it, Warden. I just wanted something. Anything. Rock somehow wins that onto Leb. Beaker, you have to love that, but also hate that at the same time. Warden coming around from the other side as well. They're going to be pinched in here. If Warden wins that, you would damn sure that that nail has been stuck into the coffin. It's now going to come down to the 1v1s again. The aim battle's not being won by Fury, not just yet. Rock with 5 seconds left. They're not going to give this up. No chance in hell. And Kanga will grab a second round, a second lifeline in this series as we swap sides.
Really well played by the remaining players of Kanga. Didn't quite remember who it was, but I think it was Leb and Boats. But they played that really patiently, and I don't know whether they actually knew Diffuser was down in lobby or not, or whether Warden picked it up and dropped it in service, but either way, they played that nice and patient, let Fury walk into the crossfire, worked out well, so I like that from them. They secured that 4-2, considering how Fury have been playing. I guess not so bad for Kanga, but I'm still feeling like Fury have a lot more control.
I don't want to be the one guy to point this out, but I feel like swapping sides on the defense is going to give Fury just even more fuel for that fire. Hey, look, Monkey Fist is playing.
Actually, the Warden 6-pick is interesting because I feel like they did it with the Ying. And another interesting thing about that is that the Lion was also selected in reveal phase. So maybe Fury saying, hey, they're probably going to 6-pick the Lion. Let's bring the Warden to try counter the Ying. But actually, they 6-pick the Ying, and they're sticking with the Lion. So maybe Kanga might try and do an aggressive strat here. I mean, they've got some pretty aggressive operators in this lineup. Ash, Zofia, and Sledge, all very frag capable. Might see some pace in her attacks, or maybe they're just going to use the Lion to assist with a roam clear. Wait and see, but I'm also curious how Shade will have a play with Warden. I mean, he's not an operator we see a lot of at all.
Yeah, I wonder what that's being brought for.
5 seconds
Anyway, we'll wait and see what happens. One thing that obviously I would have loved to have seen, we obviously saw Sinister run this strat at the very end of Pro League in the first half of the season, was the Lion, the Ying, and the Finker. And
oh yeah.
They were just going absolutely mental, and I don't think I could stop laughing, honestly. It was actually entertaining to watch.
Yeah, I think it was Nico playing the Finker, right, with the shotgun, in fact. And Spruce with the opening kill, there we go.
Sprucey boy!
Evening it out. Mind you, he got tagged really low. That's going to be a bit difficult to manage throughout the mid-rounds. As long as he stays safe while he uses his E1Ds, then maybe he can have some impact still. So, successful entry, you could say, from Kanga, putting some pressure on Penthouse here, and player in theatre, in fact. As Eunice is going to repel in. A little risky.
A little risky, but high reward, I guess.
Got away with it, at least.
Another flash. Really caused a bit of problems there, but Unit not going to stick around. Warden will be able to find Leb on the back of that C4. Boats with a fast trade. Golden's still stuck. Well, I wouldn't say stuck as much as happy to be there. So, Warden, never mind, Golden it is on the receiving ends. Boats finding the free kill upstairs, and with that, they alleviate all Romans.
Also leaves them in a man advantage, 4 versus 2. I mean, Spruce is... You could just breathe on him and he is going to not survive. Either way, though, it's a man advantage at that. Still quite a bit of time. Chance for Fury to bring it back. Chance for Kanga to set themselves up for a good execute here. Rock and Warden are the 2 remaining. Players have been playing pretty well for Fury, so very capable to bring it back. I say that, one of them gets a pick, so well within reach now.
Certainly on. Rock being able to see the very, very deep drone, and it does kind of alleviate the information in toward lobby, which could be somewhat of a problem. Wayne Man not going to be happy with any sort of movement. That E1D kind of feels, I was going to say pointless for a second, but Rock was actually stuck in a position. Wayne Man unfortunately only tagging the leg. Will not be able to win that engagement. That is also the diffuser dropped. Spruce is the one to try and pick it up on such little HP. And all of a sudden, it is not looking good for Kanga.
And Rock is still in such a deep, aggressive position. It's not going to feel very predictable. And Spruce, as we said, low HP. Rock on the triple now, taking him out. All up to Unit, Rob. And not to be, Fury closed that round out. Felt like it should have been Kanga's, but a great clutch 2v4, I believe it was in the end. So
correct.
Well played from Fury.
Believe Rock was able to get 3 there? Or was it 4? Did he find all 4 kills then?
I think it was 4.
Yeah,
sure
that's absolutely huge from
Rock.
Rock. it's something that you, it's a love-hate relationship. You hate to see it, but you hate to love it as well. So it's one of those things. It's kind of hard to deal with. Sledge now being brought. Sophia, Ash, Lion, and Nomad. So you can see the Rook. Don't think we've seen Rook so far today or yesterday either. So
Usually a Doc, right? If you can bring one of those 2, most teams will bring a Doc. Not sure of the particular reason on the Rook play. Maybe worried about some nades, just wanting to survive some explosives. But sticking the Lion on Kanga, I mean, like, it didn't feel like it had a massive impact. A couple of times it did hold in one position. So Rock, for example, on that table, it was a good use of the Lion scan to keep him there, but that gunfight was lost. I think that was Wayne Man or Leb. Either way, gunfight shouldn't have been lost. I mean, that could have changed the round completely.
well, I feel like they will probably expect him to be behind the desk, not on top of it. So that's such an awkward engagement to try and shoot someone's feet. And I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that a bullet in the chest does a little bit more than a bullet in the foot. So
Yeah.
now he comes. Oh, I thought they hit each other. Did they hit each other? I don't know why. I thought that as that. Oh, I can't even think now. I'm completely gone. Valk came out that the Mozzie, the pest had hit it on its way out, and I was like, what?
That would have been great.
I think my eyes have just deceived me there, which wouldn't surprise me. E1D coming in very early on, and they've been able to capitalize off the back of it. Sushi caught in Sunrise, and you're going to pay for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great use. If you see somebody playing deep and aggressive on defense for the roam, lock that in early if you've got the Lion, and you can really aggress on that and clear it out. So, well used. I like it. Kanga getting that entry pick. Was giving them a man advantage, but has been evened out. Trades coming out. A lot happening in this first minute.
That is 100% for sure. So I believe it was Boats that found that opening then, and on the back of that, It's kind of just been traded here, there, and everywhere. It's really interesting to me. Sushi had a very small impact at the start of this game, and in the past 4 rounds, he's been on the receiving end. Well, actually, he's just been in the opening duel 3 out of 4 rounds, so obviously looking to get a little bit more aggressive there. Warden does even out those numbers, and if you're looking at the HP, it doesn't take a genius to know that currently Fury are in the good. That C4 would have to be perfectly placed to hit that, but...
Yeah, I mean, especially now that unit's off to the side of the window, definitely not getting hit. So good that Warden pulled that back. Fury sitting in a pretty good spot, as you said. HP advantage now, man advantage as Shade finishes off Wayne Man. Leb low HP, so not looking too good for Kanga. Could be Fury inching towards match point.
On the Aquarium balcony, and I believe Unit has been caught in somewhat of an engagement. In the meantime, Shady has well and truly deleted Leb. In a 1v3 now, the C4 wildly comes out, and look, why not? You may as well send it while you can. 40 seconds left. Diffuser is in an unretrievable position, not without making contact anyway. No air jabs left, 3 flashes. Hope and a dream to live on. And that dream is crushed.
Yep, don't think he really expected the aggression from Golden there, but a good pick to finish it off. Fury looked really good on that round. Oh, no, I like the use of that vault there. Not something that's used often. Fury on match point now. Kanga really struggling on Coastline in general. They have so far only netted themselves 2 rounds. They will need to get 4 in a row to secure a point in this series.
Our final stop possibly for this series and for the night. We head to the bars. How fitting. Maybe they will allow Kanga to drown their sorrows after this. It's been nothing short of dominant from Fury. And we will be asking the question, did the veto go wrong, or did the playstyle
locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, I mean, there are some alarm bells in the playstyle that we've talked about a lot, and I'm not going to rag onto the particular players that have been the culprits, but just in general, Kanga have had that very aggressive early rounds that, especially on border, were costing them a lot. It hasn't been as bad on Coastline. There were a couple of rounds in particular, but regardless, this has just been a strong map for Fury, and we pointed it out in the veto phase before we came to map 2 here, that this is a strong map for Fury. They've had a strong past here, so Kanga, a really bold move to even take them here in the first place.
That is true. And I would love to know the thought process behind that, whether they've done that out of an actual plan that they've had, or whether they've seen a weakness from Fury. I couldn't imagine it being a weakness from Fury, more playing into their own strengths, which right now it's not really a strength, you would have to say, and that's just being brutally honest. Fury have just styled on them on every single occasion. Kanga are in nice and early again. They've really, it kind of feels like they're very hasty in their early round approaches, and more often than not, it is leading to either winning or losing the round. So,
well, even that last round, they had a nice entry, a good use of the line scans, and they still weren't able to close it out. So a pretty aggressive roam around Kitchen here, being spotted out, but being stubbornly held. Rock is actually popping off. I noticed before on the scoreboard he was 11 and 4, 11 and 3, now he's got another one. Warden just pushes straight through to Leb. This aggressive playstyle paying off for Fury. Kanga now left with 3 players. A lot of time. I mean, it's a 3 versus 3. It's possible. Spruce using these scans earlier. That means he is out.
So many scattered kills coming. And like you said, there's no more E1Ds. They've got to be careful. Cool vibes being pushed by Rock, but backs away. Again, this is the patience that we've seen from Fury on their defense. They're not exactly too pressured into making the choices here. In fact, Kanga have just been unrelenting in trying to find opening engagements. And, oh, hello. Shoulder to shoulder, back to back, and oh no, Warden!
Ooh.
A triple kill for Boats, but one that should not have been.
No, I'm actually really surprised that he managed to survive that engagement. Oh, great shot from Boats, giving Kanga another look back into this round. It wasn't looking too good earlier, but based on trades in that gunfight, they now carry a man advantage. Golden and Rock, the remaining players of Fury, and Rock in particular has been having a great map. So it's a matter of whether they can shut him down. He's isolated, he hits the deck, he's downed. That means it will be up to Golden. Rob?
That's it. Golden's actually rotated from blue to Sunrise, and might be able to find Unit. He's now got 2 to deal with, but look at that HP. You were going to have to hit some nasty shots.
Ooh. Ooh. You almost did. That was a great shot.
That was
close.
Filthy. I actually thought it was that opening engagement that might have been able to find that. Spruce just almost locking the player into the doorway there, but ultimately coming out for that win. They needed that more than anything, but it does also open up Kitchen again. And Kitchen, to be honest, wasn't that convincing from Fury, so Kanga still have a way back in here.
Yeah, it was held onto very narrowly by a great performance from Rock in that 2v4 situation. So, I mean, Fury will want to be avoiding that overall. And if they can adapt to what Kanga were doing well early, maybe this will change. Wayman with Twitch, maybe not sticking it. Oh, tick box is there. Might see some Twitch play. That's exciting.
Finally. It has been a hot minute since we've seen Twitch in any operator playlist in the ANZ region.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm probably going to go back and have a look at the stat, because I feel like this season it's pretty much been 0 times they've attempted.
She's pretty much just a comfort pick. Like,
yeah.
People picking her for the F2. Strong gun. It keeps getting nerfs, and I think that's a big factor for her being picked less. And her gadget has had some changes. That shock drone, they charge up, so you never really fully run out of them. But there's still not really many times where you'd say, hey, we should bring a Twitch to counter this.
Yeah.
There's usually other stuff that is more helpful or simpler to use. So we'll see how it's utilized by Kanga. Maybe they have a plan, or maybe it is just Wayne Man saying, I want the F2, let me frag.
5 seconds remaining.
Hopefully you get some kills.
It's funny, I was just about to ask you, do you see anything in particular that Wayne Man would be bringing that Twitch for?
I mean, it would clear utility, so Golden's Goo Mines, Warden's Pests if you can get the angle, Sushi's ADSs. Warden, wow, maybe a little aggressive or a pre-fire that he just ran past. Either way, great opening pick for Kanga. Again, they've got this opening pick. It happened last round. They were able to close it out. They can follow that up. Might be seeing a bit of a comeback.
Can't say that word. E1D coming out. Nothing capitalized on the back of. It's really interesting how early they're happy to use these E1Ds. Last round, it was all done and dusted by about 1:30, so clearly it's used for those earlier roams to try and stop people making their way back or to isolate them.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty effective in helping that roam hunt or the roam clear. Just locking them off-site and giving Fury that, Kanga that extra time to spread out and shut down the roam so they can't get back or they're trapped. The use seems to have been pretty effective, and I mean, like, I can see why they've stuck it. Just got to keep going with it. Getting close to halfway through the round. No vertical play again. They're actually electing to do the same thing as Fury. It's really doing that kitchen side push.
Let's see Shady down the very bottom of your screen on the southern side of the map. He's sitting and waiting. E1D once again. Now they're going to start to take a little bit more of that vertical control. So a little bit different, only slightly. Golden, however, is still up and healthy. Shady needs to be careful on the rotate there. Warning bells ring, and he will stay alive for a moment longer.
Very patient angle there that he's trying to hold on security, waiting for someone to push him. Golden has found one. Playing out of theater, so he's cleared that Ash, trying to push him in the hallway. Wayne Man is at 90. Shade has finally found the one onto Unit. So Fury clawing this back, bringing it back into their favor. As I say that, it's been even out. Seeing these sporadic engagements just everywhere, really, Rob, and it means that it's now a 2v2.
Oh, that's such unfortunate timing for Spruce. He turns his back right as Rock comes around the
Attackers
corner.
recovered the
And
diffuser.
Wayne Man has been tasked with it all to do. It's map point for Fury. He slowly edges his way into kitchen. Might have a free plan here, but it's what happens after. Tries to bait out a response. No one really moves too deep. Looks the wrong way at the wrong time, and Fury will capitalize. 2 wins in 2 matches tonight. A great start for them in the second half of the season.
And again, Fury really had most of the control on Coastline. There were some rounds that were back and forth. I mean, that one was a great example of that back and forth, but in the end, Fury just stuck deep, and Rock was a massive impact for Fury. I'm really keen to see the final scoreboard, because he net a couple of kills there. 15 and 4.
Oh my god!
So he really went off and flexed on Kanga in that map. And solid performance from Fury in the end, a 7-4, 7-3. Strong wins.
Strong wins indeed. And it does set up Fury now. They're now sitting at 13 points. They're starting to claw their way back toward that middle of the pack. Fortunately, with Wildcard taking the 6 points from their earlier matchup.
Yep.
Makes it a little bit harder. But regardless, I think that Fury have done a very good job tonight. Kanga probably back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and we've talked about Kanga's roster changes. That could be one of the bigger factors.
Yep.
Questioned a lot things like their Veto, some maps that Fury are good at, particularly the Coastline one, I think is a bit of a strange decision. So there's a lot of things there for Kanga, but at the end of the day, they are sitting at the bottom at the moment.
Yep.
Maybe they're not really feeling a whole lot of pressure. They just want to go into this rebuild phase. We've talked about it with Wildcard, similar for them, but at the other end of the scale.
Yep.
Just play out the rest of the season, learn some things, work on some stuff, see what seems to be working.
Yes.
And go from there.
Said that with a nice big smirk then. Doesn't seem to be working all the best right now for Kanga, unfortunately. It is a hard time for them.
Yep.
And I think that it is just a huge learning curve from here on out. And every game that they have left, which is Sinister and Knights, these are really good games for them to be playing. This was one in particular that just bamboozles me after Kanga's first half performance. More so, I'm leaning toward the Fnatic result, the wildcard result, the closer matches with TBD. This felt very much more so of a blowout and out of control, out of reach for Kanga.
Yeah, and something we didn't really touch on, obviously, is the departure of Worthy and Pat from their team. Both really strong players. They had great performances for Kanga in that first half, on top of the fact that Pat was their main IGL.
Yep.
So that's a massive adjustment. All of that's going to add up to what we saw for Kanga tonight. It's going to be a bit messy. They're really going to be finding their feet, and I think it's not going to happen soon. They haven't had a long time to really work with this lineup.
Yeah, that's one thing that you actually mentioned early on, and I don't really think that I gave it enough credit, is the fact that Unit and Spruce have had to come into the roster, and that obviously leaves quite a few shake-ups to the entire the structure of the team and the foundation of the team. It's kind of similar to Wildcard, so I'm optimistic. I hope that what we're going to see is the learnings, the takeaway from this kind of a matchup. They've got the core that is still there, and I do feel like they've got the players that can make this work. It is just going to come down to whether they can adapt. So it'll be really cool. I'll be really interested to see, because it's almost identical to what happened with Wildcard last night.
Yeah.
Obviously, they had a better result, but it'll be cool to see whether Kanga can still keep that trajectory the same as Wildcard have.
Yeah, and this is where teams' mindsets, and I mean like their support staff, can really shine. It's about reining things in and getting the learning experiences out of the losses.
Yep.
There's the classic mentality, there's no lose, it's win or learn. So if they can learn from all this stuff, they can start to move forward. And it might be slow, but at the end of the day, they've only got 2 matches left for the season. Play it out and just go from there.
Win or learn.
Win or learn.
I do love that. That's
No
a good
losses.
one. Well, one team that were definitely in the winning form tonight, Fury of Golden here. How are we, mate? It is good to see you again, and welcome back.
Thank you, likewise.
So, obviously, I think the the first thing we need to talk about, your result right then. This is the start for the second half of Pro League for you guys. Off to an absolute gunning start.
Yeah, we were hoping that there would be a win, which we got both of them, so we're very happy with that. We were just wanting to beat Spruce in the end. Yeah. Bruce was the problem.
Take
love
it
it.
away, Raven.
I don't actually. It's difficult. I don't really have a whole lot of questions, but one thing I want to ask about Coastline. I mean, did you expect that they would take you to Coastline, or was that actually more of a surprise for you guys?
We were very much hoping they would take us to
Yeah.
Coastline. We tried to stay out of their favorite because we just felt a bit iffy on them, and we thought if we just take them to Coastline, have that aggression, run around, but not to the point of where they're just going to keep killing us. We just take it, and yeah, we did.
Yeah, and I mean, because of their roster changes, was it a little tricky to prepare for them? Did you feel like you weren't sure of the playstyle they'd bring out, or did you feel like you had a good read on that early and that was it?
We felt like they'd mostly stay about the same, other than Spruce, which we know who would just be like crouch walking around the joint. So, yeah,
Nice.
was fine in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is just so entertaining. I'm looking forward to the next interview, that's for sure. But Colton, is there any final words you've got for us before we send you off?
Oh, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been sticking with us, and we're just going to start pulling those results now.
Wonderful. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you on. Best of luck in your next match with Knights and Sinister. We'll catch you soon.
Thank you. See ya.
Ciao. The Bants.
Yeah.
The Bants.
I mean, we should have expected that their main goal was to shut down Spruce, right?
I actually think that they don't care about anything other than shutting down Spruce. Please, for the love of God, let Spruce come on the show now. That's all I want.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what they have to say. But of course, Golden was pretty happy with how they played.
Yep.
On top of what he said their key focus was being successful, they won those maps really strongly. There's not much to say about it. Like, they really just had so much control over Kanga in both of those maps. You could even say that it was a little closer than it felt like it should have been, to an extent. Kanga never really... I used the same analogy after the first map. They just never had their teeth into the game.
Yeah, and it did feel very much like it was a last-ditch attempt when we were seeing some of these rounds. I think overall, as the overarching view for Fury, they'd be absolutely cheering from this result. It's one that they've wanted clearly, and it's something that I think puts them in good stead for the rest of this half and for the rest of Pro League, because it is the rest of the Pro League basically. That's how I should be putting it.
Yeah, and I mean, it pretty much solidifies the fact they're going to finish like mid-pack, maybe pushing towards top 4 now. 5th is definitely not out of the realms of possibility for them. Potentially 4th. It depends on how it plays out with wildcard and the points. Would have to check standings, but either way, it means they're going to finish around mid-table.
Yep.
So they're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, I think when just very quickly doing the sums here, I think that as long as Fury have a win against Knights and a win against Sinister, they've got to hope for wildcard to be defeated by Fnatic. So there are some, some underlying things there that we can kind of follow along with, but there is still a chance for them to come forth, which I think would be a great result from this season. And definitely, like, after a performance like that, it's kind of warranted.
Yeah, that was nothing but strong. Like, it really demonstrated some strengths of Fury.
Yep.
And if I was Knights and Sinister, I'd be a little bit worried.
Yep.
They looked pretty good form coming through. Especially Knights. I mean, like, they didn't show us very good form at all. So I think out of the 2 remaining teams that Fury are to play, Knights are probably going to be the ones sweating the most.
I'm actually really interested to see the Fury-Sinister matchup. I think that that's going to bring quite a lot. But we probably need to turn our eyes a little bit more to Kanga now and their performance. Obviously, they wouldn't be happy with Border, nor would they be happy with Coastline. You think there's an underlying point for them to take away from this matchup?
I think, again, just keep learning, keep trying to do some stuff. I'd just say try and control the aggression a little more, because, I mean, maybe they were just trying to make things happen or play unpredictable, but at the end of the day, it was actually shutting them out of the game more than it was getting them into it.
Yeah, sorry, I got the biggest grin on my face. Production have given me the treat of a lifetime.
No.
I welcome Spruce Moose from Kanga.
Hello, everybody.
Brucey, boy, how are we? It has been a long while, my friend. Before we start anything, welcome back to Pro League. I enjoy banter with you. So, how are you feeling after that one coming up against your old team? They were pretty happy to put that one away, I'll tell you that much.
Well, yeah, I mean, unlike them, we've had 3 roster changes, so you know, it's a bit of a rough slog uphill, and that was also Unit's farewell concert as well. So we haven't been scrimming with him at all. We've been scrimming with Campo. So I'm gonna say excuses, but we were regardless pretty bad. I was gonna add a few cusses in there, but we were pretty bad.
Yeah. My main question I really want to ask you guys about is the veto. It's something I was kind of questioning a lot. Okay, I think your reaction's probably already answered the question, but I'm going to go with it. Tell me, border coastline, is that really what you guys wanted, or? Border, yes.
Coastline, you can thank Yoshi for that. Damn you, Yoshi.
Throwing the coach under the bus.
He was like, oh yeah, boys, we're going to, I don't know, smile on the map. He's like, oh wait, I messed up.
No, it's not what you want, man.
Because that was going to be our first ban as well, coastline. Like, yeah, we don't want to play them on coastline. They've been playing well on that. And then he hits us with that, and we're like, yeah, okay. Cheers for that, Yoshi. Means a lot, man.
Oh, no, man. What? Well, that's not great. And then the other thing I wanted to ask is just like the way you guys played. Was there a chosen play style you guys had coming into this, or was it more just let's just play freedom and fun and just see what happens?
Well, yeah, it was kind of maybe freedom and fun, I guess, per se, because we haven't really gelled yet. We're halfway there. Like, we're not even near our skill ceiling in terms of what we can achieve. So it was definitely, we're just playing for kind of fun, really. As much as I hate to say it, I hate losing, but yeah, we couldn't really do too much about it with the circumstances.
Yep.
Well, that got really serious very quickly, so I'm going to bring it back and we're going to have a little bit of a laugh with you. No. So, and it's great to see you again. Very unfortunate under the circumstances.
I wish I could say the same.
Oh, jeez. You know what? Take him off the show. Spruce, it's great to see you. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Legit, wait till you hear what he was saying about you on broadcast, man.
I heard it, man. I heard it. Next time I know,
that's the problem, right? They're going to have to watch this back. Anyway, Spruce, any final words before you go, mate?
Watch your back next land, Rob.
It's gonna be a little while, mate. I'll see you then. Don't you worry. Take care, brother.
Do me dirty like that. Get out of here.
Just Bruce.
Jeez.
I love it. There's nothing better than a bit of banter. I probably need to very quickly clarify we're very good friends, but you know, it also, like, get out of here. Get out of here with that.
Man, he was quick to throw Yoshi under the bus.
Oh, so quick! You hadn't even finished your question, and he's like, "Coach."
Yeah.
Coach.
It happens sometimes, though. I'm trying to remember. There was a situation. It wasn't me, but somebody on my team that did the veto forgot the way that it works. Whether it was pick, ban. Ban's like the map that we wanted to play early, and like even if that happens, it just throws a lot of things out.
Wow.
So potentially Yoshi suffered the same fate, or whether he just made the mistake. Either way, unfortunate for them, and I mean, like, it was always a big question mark for us.
The one thing I do not understand is they were meant to ban it first, so there were 3 ban phases before they got to
let it through.
Coast.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna have a look at where the ladder sits after these 2 match days, last night and tonight. A little bit of a shake-up, TBD, leapfrogging over the top of Elevate after they were unable to beat Wildcard. Apart from that, though, I think Sinister's really the only team that's jumped up there.
Yeah, they've leapfrogged Kanga, Fury, Pittsburgh,
yep,
hanging in the same areas. So a couple of movements, but nothing traumatic. And again, we still have quite the separation here. Top 4, they've got like their own little pack. Bottom 4 have got their own little pack. Fury is closer to Wildcard than maybe we would have expected at this stage, and like we were saying, they do have an opportunity to leapfrog them. And one thing I should point out, if Wildcard don't get any more points and Fury get at least 6, they have the head-to-head to Wildcard based on their results earlier.
Oh,
so they can take Wildcard's spot if they equal points with them.
Could you imagine?
It's a very real possibility.
That is crazy to see, but yeah, you can obviously see with 3 matches still in hand to play with Fnatic, there's still quite a shake-up. I mean, they would have to be pretty happy with how these results have gone, if you ask me, because Elevate were the ones that were really hot on their feet. And since that match yesterday, it kind of has simmered down a little bit more, but next week is going to be so good, Raven.
It's huge matchups next week. I mean, Fnatic still have 3 matches to play, or 3 series to play. TBD, Elevate, and Wildcard. So, I mean, they're on 22 points as it is, and they're a match or a series behind the others. So they can still shoot out in front, but it's really tight if you look at the others. TBD 22, Elevate 21, Wildcard 19.
Yeah.
That's all basically 1 map's difference between those 3 teams.
It's kind of, it is good to see. I'm really happy with how this has kind of panned out. Again, I think this is another testament as to where the region is right now. And by the region, I don't mean APAC as a wider. I'm talking about ANZ head. But also, I mean, if we're talking about the wider APAC region, a lot of those skill gaps have really diminished, and it's come quite close in a lot of regions now. So to be honest, I'm really happy with how a lot of this has gone on.
Yeah, me too. It's been one of the greatest seasons, I think, in terms of results and surprises as well. I've had quite a few upsets happening, especially the early season wildcards seemed like they were kind of full of upsets for not the right reasons.
Yeah.
It's been good, and I'm really curious now how Fnatic will close out the season, because obviously they started it very strong.
Yes.
But they had Virtue, and the lineups changed.
Oh, yeah.
And while their roster change at the start of the season worked out really well, this one might go the opposite. I mean, Virtue leaves quite the big hole.
He really does, and it puts a fair bit of pressure on the rest of Fnatic to try and bring that up to scratch. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, that is this week done and dusted. The ANZ region will be back next week. It's a super week, though, so you will not want to miss it. The last 3 match days of Pro League to decide our champion, and that is all coming less than 6 days. So make sure you tune in. But until then, take care. Have a good one.
Soul in me and the heart I am for you. It bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life.
Mr. Poppy in yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well damn you know I got it. Damn you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. You know. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you breathe.